Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pleasant Valley School District Board of Education meeting. If everybody can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a brief moment of silence afterwards. Mr. O'Keefe, would you lead us off?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, school board directors. Mrs. Dove, can I have a roll call, please? Here. Here. Here.
Present.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Thank you. An executive session was held tonight on May 8th, 2025, immediately prior to the regular scheduled meeting for the purposes of personnel matters, including but not limited to performance and or discipline, negotiations, and legal issues. And then before we go any further, I'd like to open the nominations for board treasurer.
I
And-
nominate Diane Surface.
Okay.
No need for a second.
Any other nominations? Motion to close.
I move the nomination be closed.
Mr. Kaczynski, second. Do you let me know if there's any repeats you needed for the names? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And congratulations, Mrs. Service. Thank
You
you.
win.
All right, and I believe now, Mr. McCutcheon, floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to present tonight's highlight from middle school. When I stood at the podium in the beginning of the year, we had talked about a lot of the work that we were doing and focusing on school culture and climate. And we continued that work this year, and I believe we've really made some big strides at the middle school. And one of the things that kind of guided me this year was that people won't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that kind of was my personal motto for staff and students this year. And we executed that through Teacher Appreciation Week. So I'd like to say thank you to all of our district's teachers. And I know my fellow administrators echo those sentiments, that we truly appreciate the hard work and dedication of all of our staff. But we really set to make the middle school a place where students and staff wanted to be. I know that when your children come home and you ask them how their day is, because mine does the same thing, what did you do today? They say, nothing. Well, we've prepared this presentation to show you that we do more than nothing at the middle school. You'll see everything from frog dissections to sixth grade teachers helping to make a novel come to life for our students, to a March Madness contest with books, collaborative history projects and math lessons, administrators serving lunches, art shows and robotics, proud rewards, students of the month, acts of service, kindness, the craft club, the staff contests, which we did win. We did win the awkward staff photo contest.
They'll see why.
about the presentation. I couldn't do this, we couldn't do this without an incredible team. It takes a village. Mr. Rodriguez and Mrs. Fields are a big part of my village. A special thank you to Dr. Gibb, who up until last week I was sending her, could we add this? Could we put this in the video? So thank you. Thank you to Kayla and also to Finn for what they did to help put this together. A special thank you to Mrs. Arnold and our craft club, and Mr. Rodriguez has some samples for you of what our craft club does for our students. They make these little plushy animals and hide them with positive messages for kids. And on it, it says, if you need it, take it. If you don't, pass the kindness for somebody else. And wait, see what we have in store for next year. We'll be back. Great.
Thank you, Mr. McCutcheon. Mira, you're up.
Is the mic working?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, yay, I finally got it. All right, this is kind of the April report, but we had a very busy month. 52 new members were inducted into the Pleasant Valley National Honor Society on the 23rd. It was 50 regular members, and then we had 2 honorary members from the life skills classes. I think this is the first time we've ever done that, so that was very exciting. It was really, really nice. Yeah, very good. The Envirothon team absolutely swept the Monroe County competition for about the billionth time in a row. We got first place, second place, third place, and fourth place. And every single team got an award in some way, because there's the 5 different categories. Every team won one category at least. Because we've sent 4 teams, all 4 teams came back with something, which was great. The Pleasant Valley Concert Band and Jazz Band had their concerts on the 30th, and that was pretty fantastic, if I do say so myself. The bands also participated in the Music in the Parks competition at Hershey, and both the concert and jazz bands placed first in their respective categories, and we got a gold medallion superior rating, which is a big deal. We also had a lot of soloist awards, which includes Isaiah Garmany got the award for Best Baritone Solo, Edwin Seeley won Best Clarinet Solo, Katie Smith Best Alto Saxophone Solo, the Best Baritone/Euphonium section went to Isaiah Garmany, Taylor Blum, Antonio Adorno, and Chelsea B. The Jazz Band Soloist Awards included one for Remy Grava de Peralta, who won Best Guitar Solo, Addison Crock, a freshman, got Best Bass Guitar Solo, Chris Sorope got Best Drum Set Solo, Dylan Carroll won Best Trumpet Solo, and Katie Smith again got Best Alto Sax Solo. The NHS chapter held elections for their officers for the 2025-2026 school year. The president is Keegan Martin, vice president is Abigail Nelson, secretary is Rylan Kresge, treasurer is Emily Heckman, and historian is Sienna Pierce. The FBLA chapter also held elections. We just did our installment ceremony, that's why I'm dressed like this. It was 60s theme. So the new president is Chelsea Henry. 3 vice presidents, Eva Trakimchik, Sharon Yang, and Breslin Beck. We actually just implemented that we're splitting up our secretary positions into recording secretary and corresponding secretary. So our recording secretaries are Chloe Dooner and Abraham Vasquez. Our recording secretary is Isabella London. We have 2 treasurers, Colin McGraw and Isaac Klein, and our vice president at large. First time that a freshman already has a position because he was a middle school member, Silas Junta. Our reporter is Ellie Rice, and our historian is Cole Clark. It's pretty much all for the month. Prom is this weekend. Everyone's very excited about that. Our prom court was nominated, so we're all kind of buzzing about that right now. Yeah, more to come.
No, thank you. And as I understand, this is your last meeting, graduation around the corner?
I can come
Okay,
next
all right.
week.
Any plans after graduation?
I will be attending Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach,
Oh, exciting.
aerospace engineering.
Congratulations.
All right.
And if you don't mind, we have a little thing for you here.
Oh, okay.
In dedication of your
Listen.
service.
Oh.
If you come on up. Come on up. No, this is dedication of your service to the school district and the class of 2025.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Dr. Conrad, do we have any community questions tonight?
Yes, we did. So good evening, everyone. There's one community question submitted this evening. This was from Janet Dooner from Polk Township. And she had asked how much teacher time is utilized in the classroom monitoring Securely Pass. Once pass is granted, do students carry an electronic device to monitor their steps outside of the classroom? So just for context, Securely Pass is a digital sign-in, sign-out process that we've been utilizing. And this can be reviewed by administration to address issues in the middle school and in the high school. There's actually no physical pass that individuals are carrying around, but it does help to monitor how many students are out of class, so that way if there are, safety issues or concerns, we can, utilize that data to help make sure that we're mitigating any of those issues. Let's see, it only takes teachers just a couple of seconds just to identify the student needs to use the restroom. And then obviously when they come back, it just takes a couple seconds just to mark that they're back in. So again, it creates a safer environment, something that we've been utilizing in middle school and high school. And another thing to add too is that there are some additional features that we're looking to utilize. So for example, traditionally, if a student has to go to the main office because the parents may be at the main office. Oftentimes there would be a phone call that disrupts instruction in that classroom. Well, now there's an opportunity where, again, a note can be shared in Securely Pass to identify that James Conrad needs to come to the main office now or within a couple of minutes. We also have security that are walking around that help assist with that too. So again, the focus is to utilize this as a way to keep students focused on the great instruction that's happening in the classroom. That is all I have for this evening.
Come a long way since when I was in high school. I used to have this state from chemistry used to make me carry like a large clipboard.
Right. Or the wooden blocks, we all
Yeah.
remember those, right? So we don't do that anymore.
Secretary's report.
Good evening, tonight I'm requesting approval of the minutes of the meeting held on April 24th, 2025, and approval of the May 8th, 2025 board meeting agenda.
Norberger, so moved.
O'Keefe, second.
Any discussion?
Okay.
Keith did that.
With an O.
Any discussion?
Second.
Yeah, nope, we got it. All good on that one? Say again? We never- All those approved?
Aye.
Aye.
All those that oppose? And that motion carries? All right, I'll get that down, no worries. All right, Pleasant Valley citizens, at this time, please come to the podium if for agenda items only. When you come to the podium, please state your name, the township in which you reside, and which item you're going to be speaking of on the agenda tonight.
Denise Hopley, Chestnut Hill Township. I guess this fits in with the payable. Want to wish the debate team good luck at the Nationals because we're so excited for them to go. This is historic because it's their first time going to Nationals as a debate team. And Mr. Troop, I want to congratulate him as well. Also, Mr. Gallagher had posted, School Board Director Gallagher had posted presentations about monthly publications for the IU. It was absolutely spectacular.
Is that an agenda item, the second?
Yes, 6B, sorry.
Six B, hold on, let me get to 6B here.
Six,
As his meeting report, oh.
got it, okay. So, it was spectacular, it highlighted the 20 highlights of the IU, and it was a superior job and impressive. I feel like I'm part of the IU from it, and I didn't know if we could mimic this, since we have the forefather, he's here, and the board, we could mimic this newsletter summary. And kudos to him for the time and effort and energy in this IU newsletter. Again, School Board Director Gallagher, the Dr. Bartek and Dr. Bonzini presentations, also 6B. Positive culture in the IU, 20. Again, it was a spectacular report, building a positive culture in the IU, the retention of employees, building positivity, strengthening staffing, decreasing monthly absences staffing. Is there a way to produce this for our community and help guide as we have, a fourth founder in this to be able to move forward so we can duplicate it? 12C, as a stakeholder, Is there a way to, put the total cost presented for this NWEA, then show the stakeholders breakdown later as the to be paid dates occur? We have two payments estimated on purchase order 6/30/2024 for July 2025 through June 30th of 2026, 76,000 and 63,000 respectively. That was for licensing and map growth basics for up to 35 participants, some elementary, others K through 12. And then tonight we have something on the agenda that we have a new sales order, 2/27/25 with no contract date on this for $8,400. So isn't there a way to put this whole package of $147,400 together and then advise the community as we're going to pay that? Because it's a sales order for training of 35, also labeled basics for teachers. And all I know is the first way to save is a penny, so if we could get a better picture of that in communication, it might save a lot of confusion. Okay?
Matt Gould, Chestnut Hill Township, agenda item 7A, retiring the board policy 201AR1. Good evening, members of the board, administration, and fellow community members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to ask the board and Dr. Conrad to reconsider implementing a rigid September 1st cutoff for kindergarten administration without exception. While I respect the desire for consistency and understand that some neighboring districts follow this model, I urge you to recognize that development does not always align with the calendar. There are children bright, eager, socially and emotionally ready who miss the cutoff by just days or weeks. To deny them entry based solely on their birth date when their parents and even educational professionals agree they're ready is not only limiting but potentially harmful to their development. According to research from the National Center for Education Statistics, age alone is not a reliable predictor of school readiness. In fact, the American Academy of Pediatrics states that decisions about school entry should consider cognitive, social, and emotional maturity, not just chronological age. A hard date can unintentionally penalize students who are fully prepared. It was stated to follow suit with the districts in the IU, other districts in the IU. Of the 13 districts, we are one of them. 4 other districts do allow for a grace period. Within the IU do allow the exceptions of September 1st. So these districts recognize that education, and Pleasant Valley currently, that education is not a one-size-fits-all. They allow for early admission based on parent request, developmental screening, and professional education by school psychologists, or evaluations by school psychologists, sorry. So why can't we continue to have what we already have? I'm not asking for a free-for-all or having a date for general admission, but I'm asking you to continue to include a reasonable structure exception process, such as a process that is already in place with 201AR1 that ensures we maintain standards while meeting standards where they are. As a district, we preach individualized education once students are enrolled. Let's continue that model and mindset from the very beginning. Please don't close the door on children ready to walk through it. Instead, give families and educators the ability to make thoughtful decisions together. Our children deserve that. Thank you.
Okay. Treasurer's report. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Are there any other Pleasant Valley citizens that would like to come to the board about agenda items? Okay, thank you. Treasurer's report, service.
Yes, this evening I'm seeking a motion for item 4A through C. A is informational.
Norberger,
G second.
move.
Mr. Berger, and Mr. Kaczynski for a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just thought that we landed, you know, this does, I reject removing of the blockage. On the one, the check was for, orders to come in and hydrojet to remove a blockage. Where would that occur?
It was a sewer line that was blocked up?
Right, which, I mean, was it on this campus here, or down there?
Yeah, it was here.
And
Over
then,
the high school.
I'm just quite curious about that because with renovations going on, there's so many old sewage pipes under there. Do we look to run into any other problems when they start moving that construction around?
We're fixing one pipe from the parking lot from JCM over to the sewer plant. We already scoped that, we know we need to fix that. Most of the piping's staying. There's bathroom reconfiguration at the high school cafeteria, so those will be put in new.
I just wanted to, like I said, we are pretty old, this high school. That pipe has been in that long, it's like, how much longer is that gonna last? If we start putting structures up, are we gonna run the problems where we now are underneath buildings? What are we gonna do there?
We've discussed it as a committee and as with the contractors. We're fairly confident going forward. That is quite expensive, you want to reform the whole.
No, I was just, yeah, well, I was just saying how expensive it is to put new buildings.
Right, no, I agree. Yeah.
Was this, I mean, Norm, you might have some insight here, but was the conversation about piping, part of the renovation, was it considered to potentially replace the initial wastewater piping or anything like that? Was that part of that conversation? Because Mr. Gazzetti brings up the.
There've been multiple discussions on what was needed, and as inspections went forward, additional things found. And I think this might fall in that category. Is that right, Randy? So when they went in to look at things to be done, they found things that were not previously identified as being part of what was intended to be done. But in order to make the project complete and have long life, it is beneficial to do it to prevent future damage and maintenance costs.
Just want to make sure I was taking consideration, only because I know that the old owners are probably going down, but I know there's always plumbing issues in that area there. And that's,
Well, some of the stuff is gonna be, some things we put down the pipes that shouldn't be put down the pipes.
right, but I mean, as I say, so they're gonna be fixing before we start putting all this issues and stuff, and I'll be do sidewalk too. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion carries. Mr. Fisher, any unfinished business?
There is no unfinished business this evening.
Is that easy? New business. Ms. Surface?
Yes, my report is attached for MCTI, but I did want to let you know that the Buildings and Grounds Committee had an opportunity to tour the new addition this past Monday evening when we met. It's coming along very nicely. The painting is done. The floors have been epoxied in both the bathrooms. The new conference room looks huge. We're getting there. The brick is all up on the outside. The windows are in. Our anticipated completion is in early June. So barring any weather issues and tightening up the roof, we should be right on track.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colonial IU, I know Mr. Galler is currently at that awards dinner right now because Pleasant Valley received some acknowledgements and he's representing us on that behalf. His file is attached. PSBA liaison report is set.
So the report is attached as well as two supporting reports. One is the State of Education report for 2025, and the other is a 2025 school mandate report, which talks about the cost of implementing the 2025 mandated items, which I thought would be interesting to share.
Thank you. Education report, no new information. Finance report, Mrs. Surface.
Yes, we will be looking for a movement later on in the agenda.
Thank you. Athletics, Mr. O'Keefe.
As always, athletic report. It's a busy week for our PE athletic teams competing in their respective EPC events. Our boys and girls track and field athletes competed in the EPC championships on Wednesday, May 7th, and today, May 8th. Some notable accomplishments from day one. Congratulations to the boys 3200 relay team for securing 4th place. Additionally, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Demetrius Oten for achieving the 2nd place in the 300 hurdles with a personal best and a new school record of 39.77 seconds. As we sit here tonight, our girls lacrosse team is currently battling Nazareth in the EPC quarterfinals in Northampton High School, which is a neutral site. Also just announced for the girls lacrosse, the EPC All-Star selections for the PB girls lacrosse has been announced. First team All MVP, Riley Rath. First team, Devin Bush, Olivia Iandoli, and Olivia Rath. And second team is Brianna Palmieri. Best of luck to all of our athletes as they take postseason competition. Make us proud, PB proud. Some important reminders. St. Luke's Sports Physicals for the 25-26 school year will take place Monday, May 19th from 5 to 8 p.m. in the high school new gym. And the cheerleading tryouts for the 25-26 season, high school and middle school, will be held May 27th through 29th, 5 p.m. through 7 p.m. at the high school. That's it.
Thank you. Policy report. Is that-
On the agenda tonight for first reading.
Is, Dr. Conrad, you gonna make a comment about where they are?
Well, we are number 7.
Number 7.
Okay.
All right, capital improvement, Mr. Berger.
Our next scheduled meeting is on the 22nd of May. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, technology.
My report is attached.
Okay. I actually have a couple of updates for security report. I missed the last meeting, so I wanted to get this information out there. On April 15th and 16th, the students grades 5 through 12 conducted their annual Safe to Say training through the Sandy Hook Promise Foundation. Safe to Say Something is a youth violence prevention program run by the PA Office of Attorney General. This program teaches youth and adults how to recognize warning signs and signals, especially with social media, from the individuals who may be a threat to themselves or others, and to say something before it is too late. The program is a valuable tool used by our community to report safety concerns to help us prevent violence and tragedies from occurring. And then the second I have for tonight, additional, on the agenda tonight, there's an ask for additional security cameras to be addressed to address some of the blind spots. This will be paid from the PCCD grant, the remaining funds, and the Johnson controls us on for number 14B, item number 4. That is what I have for security. All right, Mr. Gaziski, Citizen Advisory.
Yeah, we had our first meeting of the Citizen Advisory Committee. Mrs. Surface and Mrs. Zip joined, meeting along with myself. We had a great showing. We had Mrs. Ferrero, Mr. Harris, Mr. Van Voorhees there as their administrators answering questions about technology use in the classroom. It was very productive. A lot of good questions came from our committee, and our administration did a wonderful job of addressing those. Some of the 3 things that they would like us to continue to possibly look into would be technology to be more balanced with the students' activity, should involve additional hands-on activities. They want, a little bit more technology with hands-on, basically manipulative type things, not just using technology. The other one's the students to perform small group work, and technology not be used so as to facilitate more social interaction with our children, our students, and homework. Some homework was brought as a continuation of more technology when they go home after having technology all day. The parents think, oh, we really need to cut down on technology, so maybe not give assignments, or if anything else, be assignments such as a paperwork or something like that that they can have hands on. We discussed that, and I know they took notes, and I'm sure they're gonna address that with, share that information with our principals. We look for our next meeting will be June 4th. The topic at that time, I said that the whole community is involved, allowed to come to it. It's called Relating Real Life Skills Experience in the Classroom. I'm gonna have to have some discussion with our administrators, and hopefully they'll help find out some resources we can have, and I'm hoping we get involved. I know we have great programs at the elementary and, those new rooms that they have. And so someone can come and explain those type of things, middle school and PBI and high school, just so we have something to go with that. And again, that would be the June 4th, and it would be 6:30 in this room, 6:30 to 7:30. Appreciate it. During the time we talked about hands-on, and this just brought up something, and I asked our high school principal, assistant principal, to please show a poster, because I know people talk about we don't do too much hands-on, and I want you to act fair. And
this is one of the posters, if you could explain, when I first looked at it, I'm like, okay, that's great, that looked like Queen, but what does it stand for? And as you notice, there's no technology, they had to draw it, they had to print, stuff like that. Do you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. This is coming from one of Mr. Shupa's AP Social Studies classes, and which are wrapping up right now. The students have started taking exams already. And what we see is a project called An Anatomy of a Civilization. So the students worked in groups and they had to pick a civilization. And then what they had to do is they had to sort of decide what their superhero for that civilization was. So in the British Empire, we see here, this is who they chose as their superhero. Then to stay with the anatomy theme, you can see that all around on the different parts of the body, they came up with analogies. For example, in talking about the head, they discussed all of the impacts that Queen Elizabeth had and all the accomplishments and things like that. The ears, I thought this one was really interesting. The British medical systems and looking at the practices and how they were able to learn more about healthcare and things like that, and the advance of medical school, things like that, all the way down to the feet, which let me just read what this is. The feet are about trade routes, right? So the travel that is taken for trade. So they were able to integrate a number of concepts, looking at sociology, looking at the human anatomy piece of it as well. But what was really unique about this was that the students were doing this in summation of what they had learned over the entire course. So it was completely their ideas. They weren't told what body parts to use. They weren't told, what things needed to be included. It was just, give us your interpretation of this, so.
Well, thank you, and that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes people miss that we aren't all technology, and that there are some interactions going on. And like, this is a great project that these kids had to work together and, for that information. So I just want to know that we do have a lot of good things going on in the school. I know there's other ones, like, unfortunately, sorry, I missed the other academic fairs around the world here. But that wraps it up, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Conrad, Superintendent Report.
Okay, so tonight, item 7A is informational. I did want to clarify that what you'll see under 7A is a first reading of 3 of the policies. And then you also have the administrative regulation. So I just want to clarify, the administrative regulation is not a policy. The policy itself is related to policy 201. The administrative regulations means that this is the procedure in which we're going to operate and honor the what is written basically within that policy when we're admitting students to Pleasant Valley School District. So with that being a point of discussion, I'm wondering amongst the board, are there any questions or concerns you have regarding either the policies listed, even though they're informational and not, for vote at this time, other than first reading? It's still not up for vote yet. But are there any questions or concerns about the policies or the AR for policy 201, which is early admission for students?
I'd like to address on your administrative regulations. I understand there's data that has been collected. I'd like to, sometime in the very near future, have that data presented to us as the board so that we can feel that we have a complete understanding of what is happening at the elementary school. But also, in reference to Mr. Gould's comments, I'd like to add that early admission has been helpful for a number of individuals. And I have an example. This goes back quite a ways. I'm going back to the 1930s here. Actually, starting in the 20s, but my uncle, Albert, who my middle name comes from, started school at the age of 4. So, and went through, graduated at 16, went to what today is ESU, became a mathematics teacher and taught down at Emmaus until he passed away. So there are people who can benefit from this, and I think we need to have a full understanding and maybe consider ways that we can accommodate people who are exceptional in their own way, and allow them to progress. And what happens to some students who are extremely bright is they get into school and they get bored. I know when I went to we didn't have kindergarten. I was bored for the first 3 or 4 years because I knew how to multiply before I went to first grade. So, are we helping or hurting? That's the question.
I will piggyback on that if you don't mind. Like I agree with the aspect of, and I'm sure we're gonna hear a bit if that's okay, right? So maybe I'll hold it, but I do like the fact, or I do want to also recognize the fact, like Norm said, that I don't want to punish potentially kids that are going to benefit from this. The kids are not going to be disrupted in the classroom, and I like the idea of a gray area on a case-by-case basis. I know it's a difficult conversation to have, and putting a date to that is even more difficult. 2 months, 10 days, 5 days. I understand that no matter what date you put, there's always going to be somebody day after day after. I know that that's a gray area, but I don't know. I like the idea of having a deeper look at this to see if there's a case-by-case basis you can look at. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that looks like parents paying privately for out of school, whatever, to kind of accommodate their kid. But that also is a gray area as well, because then let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Sure.
Can I just like you said, parents pay for it. My daughter, when she was younger, she was the third of 3 girls, right, who were all honor stars. So by the time she was 4 years old, her birthday was October 1st, she came in and took the test, and she was reading at first grade level, but they denied her access to kindergarten, saying she wasn't ready. Right, I paid for her to go to private kindergarten, where she came in at first grade, reading at second grade level, speaking Spanish and everything else. So yes, there's that alternate, but I also believe that if they are ready, I don't see any reason why they can't come. But in Kansas, where my grandchildren go, they have a rule that, let's say you start the year and then you're misbehaving or you're this and that, second time, you're done for the rest of the year. You can't come back until the following year. So maybe that could be something like that, because kindergarten is not mandatory. So, like I said, if we had that policy that states that, okay, we're gonna start these kids, but, one of their things was, if they're not trained, if they have 2 accidents, they're done. Or, just so we make it more strict, because I think it's behavior is what I'm thinking we're hearing is going on, that they're smart enough to get in there, but when you're smart, you're at home with mom or wherever, you're not in a classroom from 9 o'clock until 3:30 without a nap time. And so I don't want to see it just cut off, because there are some very smart kids out there that are young, and I'd like to see them have the opportunity.
Yeah, let's hear what the driving forces behind it.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And these are all really good talking points. And obviously, with our administration team, one thing I really value about them is the push and pull. And what I mean by that is, we're looking at this from a global perspective as to, what are the pros and cons, what are the benefits and the challenges by making one decision versus another. And just, to kind of take a step back, I will say that, when I stepped into the role of superintendent of Pleasant Valley, we did have this policy in place. We had the AR in place. Over the last couple of years, we have allowed students to be tested, and I would say maybe about half, maybe a little bit less of those students would then qualify to be admitted into early into kindergarten. So, one of the challenges that we encountered last year, if you even were to go back to videos around the beginning of the year, was to look at, so what are the guardrails that we're putting in place with the administrative regulation? And we had a really lengthy discussion about what is a date. So as soon as you select a date, right, you immediately select winners and losers, because anybody before that has an opportunity to benefit from the decision, and anybody after immediately has, it might feel sour because they just missed the cutoff, right? And that's going to happen no matter what date you pick. So, most school districts, as was brought to everyone's attention, use a September 1st expectation for kindergarten. However, because that wasn't really outlined in the AR specifically, as a board, we had discussions, and as an administrative team, we had put guardrails to say that we would have a cutoff extended to October 31st. Well, immediately you could imagine that the parents of children who had a November 1st birthday or any time thereafter kind of felt very frustrated, because, again, this arbitrary date that you're setting up is really going to be a hindrance to what I would hope I can have my student or my child attend kindergarten. And again, let's just be honest, there's a financial impact as well, right? It's either you can maybe get accepted into early kindergarten, or you're going to pay $25,000 having your kid going to the growing place. Like, I'm very aware of that. But, one thing I want this board to understand too is, when we make decisions, we are looking at data, and as educational leaders, we are looking at pedagogy and cognitive competence and behavioral competence of students. And I think, best to talk about that would probably be Sarah Adams, who maybe can share not only some data, but some perspective, because, we have to look at this as longitudinal data. This isn't just a flip decision that we're making. I think some of the conversations, just to put in context for those, in Zoom and Google Meet, and then for those that are here, is that, over the past couple of years, we've been noticing some challenges. I'm sure many of you are aware compulsory age in schools in Pennsylvania was changed a couple of years ago. It used to be, 8 through 16. Okay, they had to be in school by 8. They had to be out or they could leave school by the age of 16 if the parents signed off. Remember those days? And now it's actually dropped down to 6 years old. So we're bringing these students in at a younger age group. But then also 17 is the other end of that spectrum. And so I think what we've noticed is the trend data, and I want to highlight that as well, so that way you all kind of see more comprehensively what is leading to these decisions, and what is the longitudinal data, the impact that's having on students, because that's what we're about, is making decisions that's in the best interest of students. And I know that that's not palatable for some people, because sometimes it's how does it impact me as an adult or as a parent? But I think educationally, we have to look at what we feel is going to benefit our students. So Ms. Adams, if she can maybe come up to the podium, share some insight and perspective, maybe some data. But again, I want us to remember this. Prior to Mrs. Adams becoming the assistant principal at PVE, she's been in the building for years and worked as a counselor. So I think she has a very unique lens to this issue, which I very much would love to hear. And we've had some discussions about this, because she has that unique perspective from a child development perspective, age appropriateness perspective. And obviously we take feedback from the individuals who are testing the students, and the feedback that they're getting, and the feedback that we're providing back to families. So without further ado, Mrs. Adams, if you could share insight, perspective, data, and anything that you can share with the board that lends perspective. Thank you.
So when we're talking about early entry, you guys are absolutely correct in what you said. It's not just about their academic readiness, their social, emotional, developmental readiness is a huge piece of it. And that's something that we take very seriously, and that's part of our process when we've gone through this. They're never easy conversations to have when we have to tell a family, look, we're not seeing it, they're not ready. It makes the dynamic between us and that family very challenging, because eventually they do become our kindergartners, and now they kind of have a bad taste in their mouth. So that's always a concern for us moving forward too, because we still love the kid, we want the kid to come, but they didn't show us that they were ready in that situation. We took this challenge to engage in this process very seriously, and we didn't want it to just kind of stop after a year. We wanted to be very thoughtful in the process. So we have tracked the data of the students that have come in for early admission. We've looked at how they're doing academically. We've looked at how they're doing socially. I've got feedback from their teachers, from their counselors, and I've also looked at what services are they requiring. Did they come in and then eventually need speech and language support? Did they start needing reading and math specialists, support from those individuals? Because that is something that we wouldn't necessarily want to see happen if they're truly academically ready in those cases where you are so intelligent. That's not a kid we would anticipate needing those additional academic supports. We now have first graders. They were our first group. And looking at how they're doing and seeking feedback, one of them, of the two, is requiring reading and math support, as well as speech and language support. Both of them are having some social issues. One of them is extremely shy and struggles to advocate for herself, and has had some issues with peers, not totally being on the same level as her peers. They're a little bit more mature, and she struggles to sometimes fit in. Sweet girl, so well behaved, like just a very pleasant kid. We love her, but we are seeing those struggles with her. The little boy as well, kind of struggling to connect with some of his peers. The other piece that we have to always consider is the physical piece. He's very tiny. And so, you never know, a kid could grow, it could happen, but he's remained very tiny. And he is a little aware of that. And has made some comments about that. It seemed a little uncomfortable. At this time, we do have the data for our kindergartners from, they are currently in kindergarten. Of those students, we had 7 of them last year that we admitted. Of those 7, 2 are receiving support in reading or math or both. One is both. And 3 are receiving speech and language supports. A few of them struggled to enter in the fall. There was a lot of tears. There was a lot of getting them to separate from mom. We got them there, and they're doing well now.
Could you just focus on the data instead of the students?
Oh,
The data,
absolutely,
thank
no
you.
problem. So in looking at the data, what we need to do is there's 2 pieces to the process. One piece is that academic piece, absolutely, because we look at that for all kindergartners. The other piece is the social emotional. So what we do is we bring the student in, they complete the kindergarten screener, they have a score on the screener. But then we also take them into a kindergarten classroom and we do an observation and we look for certain things. Can they follow directions? Can they speak in complete sentences? Do they engage with their peers? Do they engage with the teacher? And we have a checklist for that. And we check off whether or not they did it appropriately, not appropriately, or we just didn't observe it. Because sometimes you just don't, depending on the lesson. We also don't put them in a full-size kindergarten class. We put them in our Title I classroom so that we can, it's a little bit easier. It's a smaller ratio. There's 12 students. It's not a full classroom of 20. Then what the team does is they get back together. They review all of the data. They look at their total score. They also look at their score in terms of just reading and in terms of just math. And then they look at those checkpoints, what everybody observed. And it's never just one person observing, it's 2 to 3 people observing and providing feedback, because one observer, it can be subjective. So we look at what the observations say for all, what everybody noticed. We then put this into a report, and we discuss as a team whether or not we think that this child has met the criteria. We do look for a screening score of an E for them to be recommended. In previous years, we had started with a 60, but we adjusted our kindergarten screener, so then of course the number did need to adjust as well. For this year, we were very aware of that, and so we did look very carefully at our students that scored in the 60s. One of them we did recommend, one of them we did not because of some behavioral concerns. But anybody that has a score of 80 or below, we don't recommend because they haven't shown us that they have those foundational skills that would help them be successful long-term. The social emotional piece is always a little bit harder. It's hard to make something that's observable, quantitative. So that always leads to more of a discussion. But really what we're looking for in those observations is, did they attend to tasks? Were they able to engage with a peer? Were they able to respond appropriately to the teacher? A big one, honestly, is did they stay in their area? A lot of times they come in and they're kind of all over the classroom and disruptive. So those are all things that we look at. And then we submit our report to Dr. Conrad, and he'll sometimes give us a call. We'll talk through a couple that aren't as clear-cut as some others. And then the recommendation goes from there, at which point he lets us know, and then we make the phone calls to all of the families.
For clarification for the board, there are individuals and per the current AR, they needed to submit a request by certain deadline. For this upcoming school year for 25-26, and on the board agenda and probably future agendas, any decision that we're making regarding this administrative regulation for policy 201 will not impact those students. So this, what we're looking at is the students that we have recently tested, they've met the threshold. We are allowing those individuals for this upcoming school year. This would impact us 2 years from now because we want to honor what we had in place at the time that we tested the students, which I think is the commendable thing to do. However, and I kind of cut to the chase on it, I guess, Mrs. Adams, between you and your team, because you exclusively at PVE are the only building in the district dealing with kindergarten students coming in. Is it the perspective of you and your team that the early admission of students into kindergarten is a hindrance to future success, and therefore we should eliminate the administrative regulation to allow that grace, or are we looking for like a certain cutoff date? What would that date look like? And again, this would be 2 years from now, but I'd like to know what your team's perspective is.
Before you answer that, sorry, when you say 2 years, you mean fall of 2026 or fall of 2027?
It would, it would be for the students beginning school in the fall of 2026.
Thank you.
Yes.
Could I ask what degree you into that? You were stating that if they're 80 or below, you don't recommend them. So you're stating the ones that you do bring in are 80 or above 80. And you're finding out that they still aren't successful in that year. So is it that they're not successful, or we don't have the proper test to make sure that we get those very small percentage that could be in it? I mean, that's my concern. It's like, I understand like that's 20% chance of getting in there, but will we give a test that basically we can limit that to almost like 5% or something like that? And data-wise, is there a way to go back and look at how these kids, like, we should have known who were early admissions over the past 17 years. Can we go and see what happened to them, like, in the middle school and high school? I mean, that's a lot of work. And that's my other concern, is like, you're having all these people that want their kids coming in. Your staff, you are now dealing with them instead of the current students that are there. And that's a concern of mine too, because we have those that are there, that's what our staff should be focusing on. But I still don't want to limit that 5% you could possibly get in and be successful. I'm sorry.
I'm just only gonna raise my hand.
Yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to go before she started again.
Yes. Good.
So my question is more about, and I hear the examples and I hear what you're saying, but what we don't know is if they had started on time, that they wouldn't have needed the same help.
Right.
And I get, like, for me to make that kind of decision, like, what does that percentage look like of early starters compared to people that didn't start early? Is that percentage like much greater of needing that additional help for people that start early than it would be for the people that are starting on time? Like, I think that makes a difference too.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard, like, that would be data that we have to collect and look at and look for, almost at our kindergarten screenings for that entire group that entered that year, because they did take the same screener. The academic piece, all of them received the same academic screener. So that's data that we would have to look at and then look at what services they're now receiving, but we certainly could. I think the piece that is important, and there was a lot of like questions, so I want to try to make sure that that's okay. I just want to try to make sure that I hit them all. When we're looking at these kids and they are not scoring as well as maybe they needed to, we want to give them the time to develop those skills and be successful. And so having that extra year of preschool, they might come in a very successful kindergarten because they had that extra time to learn those foundational skills. And we know as educators, if those foundational skills are in place, then they can start applying those skills. If those foundational skills aren't in place, then it takes longer to get to the application piece. So, you know, a kid that doesn't have all of their, and they don't need to have all of their letters, but let's say you have a kid that knows all of their letters coming in, then they start working on their letter sounds, and before you know it, they're becoming readers. A kid that doesn't have any letters or only a few has to spend all those initial months learning those things before they can get to those next steps. So that's why academically we look at kind of a range and a cutoff so that we want these kids to be successful. We know that there's all those other pieces that are developmental and social. If we can set them up for success with a certain academic score, we hope that that then helps facilitate the rest of it with the social emotional. And that piece is, I was a counselor, like that piece is where I'm really at, is what is going to have the best impact on these kids. And I want them all to be successful. I don't want anybody to feel singled out or anything like that. And that's hard to predict. You don't entirely know, but what we can do is look at where those current kids are when they come in for that observation. And we're very aware that they're coming in and these other kids have been in that classroom all year. We're thinking about what did those kids look like at the beginning of the year? If this child entered into a kindergarten classroom on day one with some of the behaviors that we're seeing and the social emotional kind of concerns, would they be successful or would they be disruptive? Would I be calling these parents saying, hey, your kid is really struggling with their peers? Would a counselor be meeting with them frequently? We want them to be set up for success. Any kid too, but especially our kids that are starting early when we know that developmentally they might not be exactly there. I can't say that we've had any kid that has come in and been like, oh my gosh, they're already reading, they're doing that. That we haven't seen. That would be a completely different conversation. I have not seen a kid in any of the years we've been doing it that is like that. And we will have kids that come in that are ready, that are reading, which is also actually why we adjusted our kindergarten screener, because they weren't getting data to support that. They do all their letters and sounds, but they also read the book to us. There was nothing to show the teacher that, hey, this kid can read. We wanted to adjust our screener to account for some of those things. So that was a part of it.
But you're still gonna consider, I mean, not that I want to say that, my grandson was in London at 3 years old, and he was reading signs everywhere. I mean, words I couldn't even say. So, someone like that, plus his emotional, may be able to talk to his like, so is there a leeway to allow that type? Like you said, especially those that have older brothers or sisters, the younger kid seems to have a little bit more going.
And sometimes
I just wondered if there's gonna be an allotment for that. I hate to say, okay, this is it, cut dry, if you're not engaged at this time, you're done with. I mean, I just.
I get what you guys are saying, and that's also subjective. Because a lot of times, and I think where some of the parents struggle is, especially when they have older brothers and sisters, they love to talk to the adults, they love to talk to the older kids, and then they come in with same age peers, and they kind of don't know what to do. And we're seeing that with some of these kids as well, where the parents are like, oh, they're so ready, they do this, they do that, and then when they're with their own age kids, they're not fitting in. And that could happen with others, but we are seeing that with this group of students. And I think it really, it's difficult because it is, like you said, taking a lot of time away from other students. The kindergarten screener itself takes about 20 minutes. During that time, a teacher is with, it's normally one of our reading specialists is with the
Well, you say
student.
like 3 people observing.
Yeah, 3 people are observing, and that's a 20-minute observation. So and then until we review all the data, it's hours, and the number is increasing in terms of how many kids we have. This year we had 15. First it was 15.
Are the children that are having problems in the emotional side and on the academic side the same Venn diagram?
Not always. Some of them are coming in.
What's the crossover there?
A lot of, so looking at my data, I would say that our students that were below the 80 generally also struggled in the classroom to engage in the lesson because they didn't have the skills to do it. It was over their head. They weren't.
Well, let me back up and ask a slightly different
Yeah.
question. When you did your initial screening, did that include the social interaction side of it, or was it only an academic achievement?
Yeah, the initial screening, the
The
first
initial
part of it?
screening, did social skills, was that part of the screening?
Oh, yeah, so we look at how they did one-on-one with the teacher that was doing the screening, and sometimes they completely shut down and wouldn't engage in that process. And then we also looked at the social side of it when they were in the classroom for the lesson. So every screening we've done, we've looked at both things.
And they, for them to be admitted, did they have to meet both the social and the academic? But now you're saying after the fact that they're not equal to their peers.
Yeah, and in that snapshot of time, we looked at the data and said, okay, they did okay. But that year of being younger, or those months of being younger, or that lack of time in that preschool, now as we're seeing their peers move along developmentally and socially, some of them are not keeping pace with that.
What percentage of the students who met the age requirement by the 1st of September have those equivalent kinds of problems?
Right, and that I'd have to look at. Like, I couldn't off the top of my head give you.
No.
Sure.
If you could.
Yeah.
Please, provide us with that.
Absolutely, we can look at behavior referrals and referrals to our child study team for behavior, we could get that together.
We can have a discussion.
I have a question.
Yeah, we can,
So-
yes, sir, absolutely.
Of the students that you
Yeah.
looked at,
Mhm.
how quickly does it manifest or like show, hey, they're, like you're looking at the year data right now, right? Is it something like by the first quarter, like, all right, these kids are not gonna be there? Like, how quick are these students being, identified as potential students that are gonna grow to the full capability, I guess?
So we're definitely seeing more of an impact now with our group that's in first grade. It's becoming much clearer. For our group that's currently in kindergarten, the ones that are now receiving services started receiving them the second half of the year.
To Mr. Jazinski's point, I thought maybe it was identified by the first quarter for some kind of reevaluation process, and like, all right, they're not meeting standard at that point, so then this is not going to happen. But if it's going more to mid-year, that's tougher, I'm sure, with daycare.
Yeah, sorry, so I know, it's been a long discussion and it's very good and insightful. One thing that I'm kind of, looking at, if you boil this down, is literally like, with keeping the AR, you have an October 31st deadline. So a deadline is a deadline is a deadline. We are having a discussion about changing that to September 1st, a couple, month and a half or so earlier, okay? There's data that you're asking for, which definitely we can do a little bit of a deeper dive. And I think the other piece too is two things we need to think about. One is the amount of time and staff that it takes to go through this process, because I don't know about anyone else in the room, but this is Adam. So I know that it's a lengthy process, but from the time that you get that initial email from me, pretty much because they sent the request to me, I sent it to you, you set up the meetings, you have 3 teachers assess this, you coordinate it. Like, this sounds like hours upon hours upon hours of collecting data, okay? And that's something I think that we really need to be mindful of, because although it's important to think about the students, that 15 or so that we're going to be admitting next year, guys, I have a big problem when I have 900 kids in my building that I now took 2 administrators, 2 counselors, and 3 teachers out for an entire day to work on an assessment. And to some parents, frankly, that's not good enough. We need to have 7, times that we're touching point with these kids. No, we need to respect the educational perspective of the individuals that are dealing with the students. And, as is normal, any decision that you make has pros and cons. And I think we need to recognize that. The last thing I'll say is this: timeliness of this. This does not impact the students entering next school year. I think there's an opportunity to maybe talk a little bit about this in the summertime. Is that maybe something that you're thinking?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we can I'm not gonna say the word table, we're gonna continue this conversation, but I was gonna ask if we can further continue and have these questions answered over the next couple board meetings. So maybe by the end of summer, there is gonna be a cutoff where we're gonna wanna let families know, of course, start, right? They have to prepare their lives. But I do wanna I do wanna continue to have this conversation and not make any rash or not have, let's just continue talking about it. Yeah.
They're kids, we care about all the kids. Like, we want them to be successful, and it is something where we looked at the data, but we also talked to the experts, And we talked to local counselors, we talked to professors at local universities, and we also looked at what the National Association for the Education of Young Children has said about these matters. So we took all things into consideration when looking at this.
So just one question I have, so 2 questions. Did we look at upping these standards? Like, we're accepting mediocrity at 70-something, why don't we raise the bar to 90? And we get the best of the best, right? And then it's cut and dry. Leave the data as it is and raise your standards. And then I don't care what the parent says. You have a standard to meet.
Confidence that you're still gonna have 20 people throw their kids in trying to hit the 90.
No, you have to set the bar back front. You need to set standards. You need to have an acceptance test before we even invest any of our time into allowing to this program. I'm sorry.
And what
It's
about,
not a free for all.
and, yeah, okay. What about like prerequisites for even
Yeah.
coming into that conversation too?
That's interesting, because one of the things that we actually have proposed was actually having the director of the educational center that they're in preschool to write a letter of recommendation. But again, that could be subjective, it could be the neighbor of that individual and you're paying a bill. I mean, let's just, kind of think about how the world works.
But maybe not making a fun, because maybe that is just a prerequisite, just getting
To
into the
get,
conversation.
to even,
And it's not as subjective as it really, it's not as,
right.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
but
So,
let's-
so procedurally, I think we can revisit this. I agree. We can look at procedures. I like the idea, with certain parameters of adjusting numbers. That was kind of going through my head about 80, to 90 to 100, but what makes up those numbers? And I guess at the end of the day, if I raise the bar up to 100 out of 120, does that 100 then guarantee or have a greater percentage of likelihood that that student's going to be successful? And I think, you hit the nail on the head. These are, indicators. It's not factual. These are things, it's not a science. It's just it gives us insight, but there's no guarantee.
Right.
So I think we have to be mindful of that as well. But yeah, let's definitely, good conversation. I love it, but I know we have other stuff to talk about.
My only big concern is that there are occasionally exceptional students.
Yeah.
And we should not become an anchor on an exceptional student. We should allow them to excel.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest concern.
Absolutely, and we didn't experience any student like what you're describing, so I can't speak to that, but I completely understand. There are absolutely students that even come in at the regular, when they're supposed to start kindergarten that are exceptional, and then it's our job to put things in place to challenge those students and to make education meaningful for them and hit them where they're at in their zone of proximal development.
Thank you for the efforts.
So just so we're on the same page, we are not changing the administrative,
Not
just so
really.
everyone is on the same page.
And even if we did, it wouldn't impact any student entering this next school year. So yes, we'll continue the
Correct.
discussion. No change has been made. Further discussions necessary, and at a later date, we will look at procedural and quantitative data and analytical points that we may want to consider when making this decision. And we also really need to determine what that the date is, because at the end of the day, October 31st or September 1st, it doesn't matter. A date is a date, and that needs to be clearly established as a threshold as well. So yeah, but great point.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? All right, number 8, human resources. Mrs. Fulmer?
Yes, good evening. Tonight, I'm seeking approval of items 8B through 8G. Items 8H through 8K are information.
Motion.
Mr. Kaczynski with a motion,
Second? Yep.
second by Mrs. Zip. Any discussion?
Yeah, AJ, Chief Miller, the guy was with us for 10 years, I think he did a heck of a job. I really think our staff as well, the students felt safe while he was here. I think it's a shame that we're losing him. I still feel that if we would have acted on something sooner, he might have decided to stay around. I just want to let him know that we will definitely miss him, and that we really appreciate everything he did for us, and wish him well in his next endeavor.
Any other discussion?
I'll just take a moment real quick. Sorry. I do want to acknowledge, since I've worked with Chief Miller the last couple of years, very exclusively as well with Dr. Howard, we've seen a lot of refinements. We've seen, an increase of community policing, and I'll say, you know, I felt that we had a safer school environment. And you know, again, as when everything closes, there's also opportunity in the future. And, you know, I look forward to that. We already have interviews scheduled for next week, in fact, for hiring a new police chief. And so we have some excellent candidates, so I look forward to that. But again, you know, I had a very good relationship with our chief of police. Chief Miller did a great job. I want to commend all the things that he's done. And, you know, again, whoever's going to fill those shoes is going to continue to move our district into a safer and supportive school environment. But we do acknowledge, and I personally appreciate all things he's done. So thank you, Chief, and his staff.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that carries.
Tonight, I am seeking approval of items 9B through 9D.
G motion.
Second, Zip.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. Discussion?
You got it.
Okay. All right, saying that, did you get that? Okay, yeah, no discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries.
Moving on to curriculum, Dr. Howard.
Yes, good evening. Tonight, I'm seeking approval of items 10A and 11A.
So moved. Norberger.
Any discussion?
Yeah, 10A, could give us a little insight on that?
The AP topic
Yes.
is a new course at the high school, and the college board requires textbooks be within a certain range of addition. So we have 5 books.
But it's a new course, so we have an extra math class now, that kids can sign up for that.
Yeah, another AP option.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that carries. I'm 12 now.
Operations, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm seeking approval for item 12A.
So moved, Zip.
Second, O'Keefe.
Any discussion?
Yeah, just, again, I know we keep bringing this up, but I wanted, so the public knows, will any of this interfere or be moved because of the renovation, stuff like that's going on, like will this affect any of these people? Should they be, I guess what I'm saying is we're approving them to be okay for these dates, but is there a possibility that you'll have to inform them that it's not gonna happen?
I mean, we had a meeting with the outside groups, Mr. Krasinski and I. They're actually working together pretty good to accommodate themselves. So far, so good. I mean, we didn't lose anything yet, so, I mean, that's, we'll find out next year.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure the
But,
committee knows.
so far, they've been awesome. The outside groups have worked together. It's been going good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask, just to follow up on that, do you have a follow-up meet from the March meeting? Do you have a follow-up meeting scheduled with the groups?
We do not have anything scheduled.
I figure maybe throughout the renovation project, quarterly meeting maybe, or maybe that's unnecessary, but maybe a twice a year meeting or something would be
Okay,
helpful.
I mean, yeah, we can sure look at that.
Or as bigger things are happening where things are shutting down, maybe that's the time to come together and based upon the actions that are happening as opposed to set dates.
Right.
Might make it more useful.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that carries.
Moving on to business management, Mrs. Smith.
Tonight, I recommend approval of items 13B through 13G.
So moved. Norberger.
Second, John Reed.
Any discussion?
Yes. Everybody want to go before I go? One, the mobile lab in the contract on page 5, it talks about PPE reimbursement for any damage or repairs at sea because of the hooking of the electricity. Who is hooking up the electricity? Is it our electricians that are hooking it up, and that's why we're gonna be responsible or something?
Yeah, I think there's been a cord that's been running for this. This isn't the first year.
Right, I know that, but
Yeah, the cord's in place, it's just a matter of plugging it in.
But so our electricians making sure that. Thank you. Number four, hall pass. Dr. Conlon, is this something you were talking about?
This was, yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more, just once again? please?
Yeah, just Securely Pass is a system that we're using to for students if they need to use the restroom during instructional class periods. And this way, just is something that we're able to access on the back end if there are any safety concerns. Obviously, our goal is to make sure that students are in class, learning, and obviously we're trying to make sure that our students are making good decisions during transition time, during lunches, to take care of bodily functions and whatnot. But certainly they come up, so we're just trying to be mindful of it and just trying to have a good system to ensure safety and focus on education. So that's all.
So as we are using that today, currently,
We are currently using that.
so no teacher should be expecting any student to be carrying anything ancillary with them to the laboratory, to the nurse.
That is the expectation, and I know I spoke with Mr. Bird a couple of days ago just to see how it's been going. I believe we were using it at the middle school maybe a little bit last year as kind of a trial period just to see if this is something we were going to utilize, and then we thought that there was benefit, and we had some experts in both buildings that have actually previously used this application, and we're finding that there's a lot of success. But yeah, no student should be walking around with like a wooden block to go from point classroom to restroom and back. So, yeah, I remember those days, right? So.
But it's in both buildings.
In both buildings, correct? Yes.
Number 5, the All-American Publishing. That's no cost to the district. Like, what is that? Is that
Mr. Krasinski's not here, so I'll answer for him.
Yeah.
They're the posters with the schedules on them and all that, that's what they do. And we get money back.
Right. Okay, yeah, I wonder if that's what those were, something like that. In other words, number 7, the NWEA. I mean, I know we talked about this before, and I'm just gonna say it, so this is what I'm saying. We okayed a huge amount back in February, and in there it stated that there was training that was covered, and now we're saying that we need another $8,400 for training. You elaborate?
Yeah, we had the licenses, the program and licenses to train a certain amount of teachers, and we counted a bunch of our core teachers in that, which we think of the math, English, sciences. There were other teachers that wanted training, expressed training, such as special ed. So we're going back and getting the people that we missed. This is no cost to the taxpayers, it's being paid through Ready to Learn grant.
So the reasoning that they weren't included the first time, is there?
Well, first, we were looking this as a core, because that's what we thought we'd use it, special
So I
ed.
guess, well, how would they use it? How is a special ed going? I mean, I know they were trained, but how are they going to?
Well, they can see how their students are
Oh,
doing,
so
and
that's,
achieving,
so
yes.
there's access to it.
Yeah, so we provide another lens to that, and there's some other people that will be included in that. So we just wanted to make sure that everybody had the training, that could use it.
One thing I just wanted to clarify too, just regarding NWEA, the NWEA program, and this is the testing students basically in fall, winter, and spring. This is not in addition to what we're doing. This is a replacement of what our current systems are. And if you go back a couple of work sessions ago, a few months back, we talked about, the frequency that we're testing students. So we're trying to be very mindful of, constantly testing students, because it's one thing to get data. It's another thing, and more importantly, what are we doing with that data? So, as we're going down the pathway of utilizing NWEA, actually our teachers are collecting data now, and the students are actually beginning some of those assessments now throughout the end of the year. That's going to be some discussion points for our administration and our educators as well. But remember, the purchase, although a large purchase, also comes at a cost of reducing other programs that we were replicating, and now this is a replacement of, not in addition to. I just want to clarify that for everyone.
And they're coming next year throughout the year. We already have the schedule
Yep.
of September 12th, so they're already coming up to pay for it.
Can I ask follow up on 7? Do you mind? Okay, then, yeah, just because it's related to 7. So, because of the turnover rate that the world has right now, but because of the turnover rate, new teachers coming in, whether they're core or not core, year by year, are these going to be additional expenses related each year?
No, we've already talked about, because we're going to pay by the first, so we have X amount of teachers.
Okay,
See what I'm saying? But we've already talked, as we hire new teachers, when are we gonna get them trained before they start the school year? I've already talked about that, I've been meeting, I think I've been down there, 4 or 5 times, meeting with kindergarten first and second. And I'm working with the teachers down there about what are we doing as these new people come in, not only for NWEA, but with HMH.
Yep.
Like how they can start their ground running, so that I'm gonna put it into induction as well.
okay.
Because we do have quite a list that we saw that are getting hired and
Yeah.
probably more on the way.
So just staying on 7, how many teachers do we still not have that might need to be trained? What's,
I think this.
that's it? Okay. Second is, why can't we get an SME? Somebody certified to be the trainer of Pleasant Valley School District as our own, it's a supplement to their contract to be that expert. So we don't have to rely on.
I think that's something that we can look at down the road, but we've added many features of NWEA, and so as you see the price come in, we've added on things that are replacing other things at the elementary.
No, I get it. I'm talking about for the long haul, right? Let's get an expert that knows the
I think as we become
system.
familiar with the program, I think we can definitely do that, it's a lot right now. The biggest lift for this is really gonna be at our elementary, but we're also doing the HMH. So, we're trying to be cognizant of that too, what we're expecting of people, and it's a lot.
I'm not just grants a lot. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I want to have an expert in-house
yeah, oh, yeah.
that is training the new employee coming in.
That's a very good point, it's definitely something.
So I spend a lot of money on training people
Yeah.
to just walk out the door.
Yeah.
And it's non-value added.
I heard he wants to be an SME.
I'm right, so I.
They can't pay me, so I can't do it. And you couldn't afford me, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, number 9, the Red Cross. If someone really like what's going on with that, I know I'm just wondering with their renovations and everything, and what is all that, what are they going to be doing here?
So-
Red Cross.
So Pleasant, the school district is a hub if there's a disaster. So if there's all of our schools are listed on there. So with renovation, they wouldn't be able to use the high school, they could use the middle school. And that's what this
Are they storing anything? Are they actually storing things?
is. Well,
No.
I saw that on the list.
During the disaster, there would
Correct.
be things happening.
Correct.
If there were
This
disasters.
we had the one time I thought we had something open because.
Not in my recollection. We did lunches during COVID and breakfast, we did that.
Okay, and the last one, PV carpet, we have a start date on that?
We're going to start the second week of summer.
Second week of summer?
We're going
Okay,
to take a week off to clear out the areas, so when they come, everything's ready for them to go.
and our staff that's in there gonna be wearing masks, so you don't get any from all that stuff that's been there for 30 something years.
Go over to you now.
You got it. That's it, I'm thinking, sorry. Go ahead.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Any further,
I've got a side question for the business management. With what's happening at the federal level, do we have any pending contracts where the money has not been spent and committed that might be affected by the potential freezing of federal funds?
Yeah, all of our federal funds for the 24-25 school year have been received or allocated. Our grant, we have a grant for the high school renovation project, and that has been, we've received half of that so far. I'm billing out the other half tomorrow.
I can answer your question. There's been a lot made of recently where there were freezing of outstanding non-liquidated or unliquidated ESSER and ARP dollars. That is not Pleasant Valley. I have a client who has $51 million that they're waiting for because they have a building project. They've already started and they're waiting for the $51 million, but that's not Pleasant Valley. In terms of block grants, IDA, the title grants, there's no indication that those are going to be disrupted.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because we got budget coming up.
all right, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion carries.
I'm also requesting approval of items 14B through 14D.
So moved, Norberger.
Second.
Any discussion?
Fourteen B one, $10 million. It's gonna be done on the other end, it's $10 million for PPE, so it's the overhead we've done. That's the overhead.
Yeah, it's the loose.
Okay. Right. And, two, the sports care turf maintenance contract. I want to just explain to me first, and then I'm gonna tell you what my question is. It's turf contract.
Will we explain what the contract consists of?
Right, exactly, what are they gonna do?
I mean, they
And I
come,
read it, but I just wanted to know what.
yeah, they come twice a year, vacuum turf, they have a magnet in it, to pick up any kind of metal that's in there. They do a G-Max test of certain areas once a year, just to make sure that the compression is good. If there are any low spots, they'll fill in the low spots with the granular rubber. If there's a tear in it, they will fix
Tear, where
tears.
is the tear gonna occur?
What's that?
The tear. And I'll tell you where I'm going with this.
It could be a seam came loose. I mean, we don't have too many sharp objects on there, luckily, so there's not just that gonna happen, but it's a seam more than likely would come loose.
Okay, I guess I saw this and my question is, we have all these new big vehicles, like the RG, I don't know what you can call it, that big monster machine, the trainers and okay. They have mud tires on them. And I see them going across the turf. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but mud tires are going to really dig down here. Is that something that we really want to see going across our tires? Like I said, they can possibly rip them. I mean, I know that in the past we had the golf carts, which had those, they're good for going across greens and everything else.
They have more turf tires.
Correct, turf tires. So I guess my concern is, like I said, I see this and it's like, okay, that's an expensive thing. And I saw in there that the tears want to go so far. But if we're riding across that and making these turns and we're ripping more than we should, that's going to cost us. And why? Because we don't want to go around the house. I mean, I'm just, my concern is we put this money out, let's protect it. And let's not be foolish. Things like that. Like, is that something we can?
You think that's how we should?
Yeah, I mean, I would think we tires of some of the ATVs that we just purchased. I think what I would really need to let maybe Randy, Jim, and actually the sports care, I think that they can also provide us some insight, because I mean, I'm sure that we're not the only school district that uses, different tread on the tires.
Right, but I'm not paying for the districts.
No, of course, no, I understand, but
I'm looking for our
they're
taxpayers.
right, but they're gonna tell us whether or not, that this is a legitimate concern, which it may be, or they might say, hey, we're talking about putting rubber on rubber, so, technically it's gonna compress as you're rolling over because of the pellets, but then it's gonna, form back up, so they're not having.
Right,
I just don't know that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that was just my.
we could certainly, find out from them, just to get some perspective on it. Yeah.
It's a beautiful turf.
Yeah, we need to maintain it.
One last one, I already asked this before about Johnson Control, we're just talking about security cameras, basically replacing those that are hitting blind spots wherever they are and other areas that need stuff.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Let's see. Additional teacher furniture for TV school. Okay, and I'm just gonna say, just let me say it. We bought nearly $1 million worth of furniture. And we spent so many months figuring out what this furniture was that we needed. And then we came and a lot of us had to swallow it and say, okay, we'll go for it for our kids. So when I see this after the fact, there's two things that come in my mind. First of all, it's like, okay, well, we brought the additional $37,000 on it, it would have pushed us over and the board would think, oh, what the heck's going on here? So let's just split it up. Or we didn't take into consideration something was missing the first time that we should have looked into, and now we have to make up for it. So if someone could elaborate on why.
I can, I'll own it. It is my mistake. I didn't break it up intentionally. This was a project that we were gonna do as part of the capital improvement project. We did the classrooms. We spent a lot of time with the furniture for the classrooms. I can't tell you how many times I've walked around that building, count desks. in classrooms. We did not think about the offices, the nurse's office, the offices in the locker room, the guidance counselor offices. So we went back to the company, they're giving us the same price and there wasn't any other fees on that, so I own that.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty, I just wanted to know where we came from, it's almost like when we had that guy who did the key locks at me and then missed so many doors, I just like, okay.
Well, I will say,
But-
I've never been through a project like this, and it sounds very easy to do this. So,
Appreciate your
two buildings at the same time, so I will own that, that was my fault.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion carries.
Oh, just very briefly, and I think I mentioned it last month or the month before. The board negotiating team continues to meet with the Pleasant Valley Education Association in the collective desire to enter into a successor contract. Those discussions continue at the table, so I just wanted to update the board on that one.
Pleasant Valley citizens, at this time, you may come to the podium to talk about any non-agenda items as well as agenda items. You have a 3-minute limit.
Hi, Alex Gibb, Chestnut Hill Township. I'm not going to propose to be an expert in kindergarten education because I'm not in any way, shape, or form. Middle school, but not kindergarten. But I think just listening, the September 1st date seems rather arbitrary to me, and for a couple different reasons. I'm a September 9th baby, and I was an early admit, and appreciative that I was. But I also know that my birthday, depending on what source you look at, is the most popular birthday in the United States. So having a September 1st cutoff puts you immediately at a disadvantage because the most popular and the most, filled in birthdays are kind of coming up right behind that. September 15th, what sounds a little bit more reasonable, because, you get all the holiday birthdays out of the way, holiday babies out of the way. And that might give you a little bit more room. You'd have less people coming at you, I think. So I think that's something to consider. September 20th is like the big cutoff date, if you want to go there. I agree that October 31st is way too far. But September 1st seems rather arbitrary. And, so for looking at it from a numbers standpoint, I think you have some other things. And I have some wonderful teachers here, so happy Teacher Appreciation Week and happy administrative assistant. Like our administrative assistant, well, that too. And administrators, those two, because they run everything, right? But administrators too. And we love that at the middle school. So thanks so much, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
It's okay.
I can do this without messing up. Janet Dooner from Polk Township. This is addressing policy 103. Policy 103 replaces 103, 103.1, 104, and 103.3. October 18, 2022, the PHRC submitted a final rule proposal to the IRCC Regulation 5213. Definition protected classes under PHRA and PFEOA. The new subchapter is to define terms of sex, race, and religious creed. Title 16, PA, Chapter 41. The PHRC recognizes that certain terms are not defined in the PHRA and the PFEOA. Given the lack of clarity as to the interpretation of PHRA and PFEOA, because certain terms are not explained, the PHRC recognizes a compelling public interest in clarifying their meaning. Okay. One of the definitions is under 41.204. Gender identity or expression, having or being perceived as having a gender-related identity, appearance, expression, or behavior, which may not be stereotypically associated with the person's sex assigned at birth. Gender identity or expression may be demonstrated by consistent and uniform assertion of the gender identity or any other evidence that the gender identity is part of the person's core identity. And there is a definition of core identity. I'm not going to go into that. So just how does the PHRC's rule change align currently in the Senate, the Pennsylvania Senate? There's the Protect Women's in Sports Act, HB 158, that was just March 28th was just passed. And I guess my only thing, and I know it's a question, so I don't expect an answer, but is the policy consistent with the vision and values of the school board and the school community? Because how will this align with Title IX? Because I know it's been changed and it went back to 2020, then it was 2024. Now we're currently under Title IX 2020. So this comes from Pennsylvania, and there is no question. It's just please read this and understand that it's putting gender identity in, and how does that affect when someone decides that they want to be different gender identities? How long does it take to become an identity? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Pleasant Valley School Directors, School Board Directors, any additional topics you'd like to discuss? Okay. Anybody besides Mr. Gaziski before he goes?
I just want to put a reminder out there that the NCTI Senior Awards are scheduled for May 28th here at PD in our stadium, and the rain date is May 29th, 6 o'clock start.
Can you repeat those dates? Sorry.
Yes, May 28th, 6 o'clock, rain date, May 29th, 6 o'clock as well.
Thank you.
First of all, yes, congratulations, and we do appreciate all of our staff. I know I do, being as a teacher, it's hard work, none of us don't even know what goes on behind the scenes, but thank you very much. I also want to apologize, I'm going to try to say it this time, it's Chifoley. Chifoley. I wanted to say it, I'm like, I'm going to really mess it up, I want to apologize for not saying your name out loud. But I also wanted to say that, like I said, I did visit the academic fair at the high school, and I was totally impressed with the projects and things that were done by the students, and your band concert was wonderful. And if you haven't read, you should look at the March Fairfax that are online. That's very interesting there too as well. I've also attended the PBI concert, which was very nice. It was very well run. A lot of happy faces. It was crowded. I also heard that you received band instruments for, I think so, yes, thank you for following through on that, I appreciate that, that's great, something that kids can use. It's Gemini licenses, we received the list of all who has 160. I guess my question is, when we were brought to our attention, the big thing was we were selling on how it would benefit our teachers at the high school and middle school. And like I said, I looked at it, we got about 100 teachers that have it, but I'm wondering, are we going to shift some of the non-teachers licenses into our teachers that would like to use that? Or are you looking to come back with those and try to buy more?
So the initial thought right now was with that 160 licenses, we're going to be going back through, taking a look at licenses, making sure they're being used appropriately. The goal here is actually to communicate back with our teachers and other staff members who are not utilizing those licenses as much as we feel they can benefit from. And then the hope is actually to extend it to other users within our organization. So possibly looking at PBI, PBE, polling those teachers, seeing who else would like to be a part of that and who would actually use those licenses, and then divvy them up that way.
Okay. Only because like I said, I looked at I'm not going to bring out what's on there, but I just don't see I guess, the relativity of some of the staff that had that assigned because of the purpose that we were told how it was going to be so beneficial for the staff. I don't know what they're used for. I mean, maybe that discussion we'll have some other
Yeah,
time, but I don't want to bring them to public. But other than that, the comprehensive plan, I noticed we got the results that I asked for last board meeting. There's list 8 of them on a page, but when I looked at that thing, there was like 30 pages of goals, so I don't know if we just
We condensed it.
condensed. If that, I was thinking like it went from all the grades into this one and stuff like that. Okay, no, I appreciate it, thank you very much. I was wondering if that's something we can like put on the website so people can notice that, hey, this is what our goals were, this is what we're trying to get to it, so.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know people say it's just something to give to the state, but it is something that we're set, it's like a lesson plan that we have, or a syllabus that the teachers have, like, well, what, did we reach any of these, or are we still heading that direction? So,
Yeah, we can certainly have that conversation with our admin team, and again, we want to make sure that we're highlighting transparency, but to your point, we have this 110-page document, and, I think that's very overwhelming to use that as a guide, so, what our admin team is doing is, as we reflect, because again, this is all about growth, so as we reflect and look at areas that we're improving in, we certainly want to highlight those successes with our staff, but to your point, when we identify actionable things like, if we need to increase our reading levels for students in grades 4, because that's where we're seeing gaps, maybe 3, 4, and 5, let's say a PBI, as an example. We would want to actually have actionable steps, and I would call it like a playbook, if you would, where it's maybe 1 or 2 pages of intentional things that we're doing. So take, for example, and this is a great opportunity to talk about this, PVE. So PVE in particular in grades like 1 and 2, there's been an emphasis on how are we incorporating like reading and writing. And in fact, we were doing some of these things, after noon and after lunch and recess, and we're finding that that's becoming a little bit challenging. So now what we're trying to do is shift to say, okay, let's be intentional about writing for 20 minutes in the morning every single day. And so that small shift, that change in atomic habits is going to have a great impact on the data that we'll see at the end of the year, because we're being more intentional. So that's what we're ultimately using this global comprehensive plan is that, when we boil this down, what specific actions is administration going to do to support our teachers, and teachers are going to utilize to say, hey, by adding and incorporating 20 minutes of writing in the beginning of, let's say, 1st and 2nd grade, by the end, and when we see the growth for 3rd grade, we should see that their reading and writing levels are, exponentially increase. So that's really how we're utilizing this. And again, I think that transparency is something that is communicated certainly with all of our staff and our parents as well, because, go back to the idea of like homework and reading, right? I would much rather our students in the younger grade levels, K through 5, put this aside at night, pick up a book or something that they're actually physically reading. Because we all know that, as you eloquently put, it's about balance. It's great that you can utilize a laptop, but you also need to be able to take notes. You also need to be able to have shorthand. You also need to be able to have conversations and make eye contact. So these are all, obviously, I call them life skills, not soft skills anymore, that you really need. So we are trying to emphasize all those things together.
And there's one other thing I want to add that it was brought up last night by Mrs. Ferrero, and I was very impressed with it because someone questioned, why are you taking away, let's say, this certain book, and, because we've been using it for all these years, and her response was, well, the scores show. The scores aren't where we want it, so we have to move on, and that's what sometimes people don't understand. Yeah, that we're comfortable with what we have, but the scores are down here.
Yeah.
And it's quite obvious this isn't cutting the mustard, so we need to find something new. We're not gonna say it's gonna be the best, but at least it's an attempt to move. And I really appreciate her saying that at that meeting last night, because it hit home that, we are trying to bring those scores up.
Absolutely. And honestly, the scores, they really drive decisions that we make. So when we see that there's a plateau at certain grade levels, what that should tell us, and we have to own that data. We've always said that. So reflect on it. Don't get offended by it, but say, maybe this isn't the best strategy. Let's say, if I have 45 minutes with students in 10th grade, maybe reading with them on a novel in class probably isn't the best way to utilize the time, but maybe we can have the students, read at home, like we were talking about a physical book, come in, have some dialogue about, static and dynamic characterization or things of that nature. What is the plot of this particular scene in this play in Shakespeare? There are things that we can do that are very intentional that can help break up the monotony of just using a computer. So that is our balanced approach, and we know we have awesome staff that are doing that in classes. So.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm good, thank you.
School board directors, any other topics?
Yes, I've brought up the topic before that we have a lot of students that are being pursued, whose family, the students and the family collectively are pursuing some other alternative rather than brick and mortar. And many of them are being attracted by the advertisements and the offerings that are made by the commercial cyber school. But along the way, I know we've had some discussions about some of the lessons that we've learned and some of the pitfalls that students and families can get into relative to student achievement and a variety of other topics. And I think it would be beneficial for us to have on our website and have our presentation here so that it's recorded in the minutes and put something on the website to help guide parents and their students to perhaps the better alternatives, of which in many cases could be our own cyber academy. And if we do that, we're also benefiting the school district because we're reducing our external costs, because most of the cyber schools are charging more than we can conduct, than what we would pay for our cyber school. So could we put together some sort of a presentation to be presented, sometime this summer? June, July timeframe, where we could put together something that could be presented and then be available, posted on our website as a reference for parents who might be looking at another alternative.
Yeah, absolutely. I can certainly work with Dr. Conrad and figure out what we as a school want to make sure that we are putting out there. We are very confident in our program. We're very confident in what we offer. It's just trying to make sure that what we are offering is aligning with what our community is also looking for, while staying true to Pleasant Valley. So I definitely think we can put something together.
All right, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
School board directors, any other topics? Dr. Conrad?
Yeah, so just a couple of comments this evening. First off, congratulations to Pleasant Valley's FBLA national qualifiers. The following students qualified for nationals in Anaheim, California at the end of June. Vera Gunta, first place journalism. Matthew Altimos, who had second place for financial math. Silas Gunta, second place FBLA concepts, and fourth place Alexander Stan. Fourth place introduction to financial math. Both Mira and Silas Gunta will have chosen to compete in California, so we wish them best of luck. That'll be in the next month or so. And we obviously they're going to probably represent Pleasant Valley, so let's cheer them on. I also want to send a thank you to Mr. Van Voorhis and also Ariana Liebenguth for attending the PA Families for Education Choice at Signature Event Center right around the roundabout on Saturday, April 12th. So they represented Pleasant Valley very well. And mind you, this is, when parents are looking at opportunities, it's charter schools, it's private schools, and it's Pleasant Valley. And Pleasant Valley, in my opinion, there was an article, if you haven't seen it in the newspaper, but talked about some of the great things that we're doing, not only in brick and mortar, but inside. Where we want to continue that momentum. It's that old adage of you don't know what you don't know. So unless we're advertising and promoting, maybe showing videos of student testimonials, like you said, a presentation of what parents need to know about what the benefits are to come to PV Bears Academy as opposed to a CCA. Let's just call it spade a spade. The graduation rates, which is 90 compared to 50%, that's actually 43% at CCA. So again, like if you're a parent that cares about your child's future, let's think about how they may fare. So we'll continue those things, but I definitely want to appreciate Mr. Van Voorhis, who did this on a Saturday too. But again, proudly representing PV and making sure that our community knows the great offerings we have in the community. A couple other things too, just again, happy Pleasant Valley Staff Appreciation Week. So we take this week to really acknowledge all of our staff. You guys all know that some days it's Nurses Day and some days it's Paraprofessional Day and Administrators Day. And, before you know it, there's 15 dates on the calendar, and that's really hard to keep track of, as well as 4,000 students every single day. So what we've decided to do over the past couple of years is say, let's just take 1 week to really honor our staff. And I really want to, commend our principals and board members. I don't know if you're aware, but each of our principals have done some wonderful things for their staff in the buildings, including, breakfast, ice cream. I missed that, guys. I'm sorry if you have some leftovers on here. At middle school, again, working with some of the PTOs at PVE, PVI. So really nice ways to acknowledge not just our teachers, because our teachers are incredible. They are the backbone of the district. But you think about our secretaries, you think about our support, our cafeteria, food workers, our security. I mean, there's such a large team, a team of over 600 employees that make a difference every day, and we're so grateful for all the great things that they're doing. So thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart. I'm excited for prom. So I know that was mentioned earlier. Can't wait to see our kiddos. I know some of our administrators are going to be there. And guess what? Not just administrators from the high school, just saying, because a few of us will see those kiddos, and it would be nice to see them, and obviously some of the administrators from the other grade levels are like, wow, that, young man or young woman, they're tall, and look at how they've changed. So it's really cool to see and just hear some of the stories about the students when they were younger. But definitely looking forward to seeing that event. It's always a highlight of the year. And obviously, as we're in May, there's a ton of things happening in each and every building. And as much as I love May, it is the super busiest month ever for Pleasant Valley. I really encourage everyone in the community, whether you're a neighbor or a parent, come out and support our great kids, whether it's athletics, whether it's academics, whether it's, the band performances. We have so many great kids and staff, it's ridiculous, but let's cheer them on. Let's highlight them. So, wanted to say that. Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday. So certainly to all the mothers, the PV moms and grandmoms, and even our families, our step parents, our mothers, mother figures, we appreciate you, love and support you. So it's definitely, enjoy your weekend, and hopefully you're around your loved ones. And I did want to pivot last thing to an update for the website with Mr. Van Voorhis. There was a dialogue at our last board meeting about the construction and the renovation that's happening at the high school. And we know that that's going to impact traffic flow at the high school. So per the request of the board, they had said, can we maybe get an update so the community is aware? So front and center, and you'll take a look. If you look right on the website and you hover over in white where it says high school renovation update, all you got to do is click the button and check this out. Gives you a nice update, what's going on, the current routes, some of the blockages that you might experience, delays and so forth. Now, this isn't something that we update every day, but certainly as the project moves along, we want to make sure that parents and students are aware of some of the changes and patterns. I mean, for any of us that go to MCTI, you know how that whole renovation has changed the flow of traffic. So similarly, we just want to make sure that we're updating our community if they're coming to those wonderful student events and celebrations and sports. So keep an eye for that, please. Definitely you should bookmark our website, obviously, some great things on it, but that's it. And thanks, Mr. Van Voorhis. I appreciate it. Yes, please.
I want to say that Ms. Altimos and the crew at the high school did an awesome job at Mini-Con, and they
Yes.
got over
$15,000.
There's so many things you can Yeah, so I just wanna make sure.
I appreciate it, and I'm gonna throw out one other number, and I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it because it's still early enough, and I know the number's gonna change. I'll share this email with you. Currently, we have 78 of our seniors that have reported earning some type of monetary award, and to date, our senior class has earned $7.2 million in scholarships. That is absolutely incredible. And I will say, not only is this commendable from all the teachers that they've had over the years, but we have our ELA teachers right now with our seniors working on scholarships. And this is just what's reported to us. And we know students, right? Sometimes they forget to fill out the Google form. So we're going to continue to encourage that. And I can guarantee you that number will grow exponentially over the next couple of weeks. And I'm just going to give you that teaser, because I'll tell you on the night, actually, I won't, Mr. Boylan will, of what our incredible senior class of 2025 earned. So just want to give you a little bit of a taste, but more to come on that. So just, again, we're so proud of our kids and our staff and our families. So go Bears. That's it.
Thank you. I want to thank the Pleasant Valley community for going easy on me tonight on my first ever run board meeting. And I will say right after this, there is a working session meeting, so feel free to stay for that. But at this time, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Zip.
Kuzinski, second.
All right, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
That was like the kindest, like.
Do we want to take a couple minutes real quick?
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you, John. John, thank you. I was telling Bell, that was the kindest closing that I've experienced in the last 2 years, probably. Like. It's always like, I always forget.
It only took us to figure out how to say your name
I
first.
know. Yeah,
I'm taking a break.
I did do that. I actually.
you, everybody, for attending the working session meeting. I'm gonna jump right into it. Are we waiting on anybody else?
Where's Tam?
Finance and presentation.
Yeah. One more minute.
Who's got the cook there?
This,
It's probably been 20 years since I've had a Mountain Dew.
Is that what you got?
There is no
I
doubt.
can present finance for Tammy, but she might not like my report. This evening for financial, Tammy, you're here. I'll let you report instead of me. I was going to take it for you, but how much time do we have, right?
Oh my gosh.
Actually, Sabrina's starting off.
okay, great.
Okay, so tonight, Mary Ann Livingston, our PTO, our current PTO president for at least a little while longer, is here to present our courtyard presentation. The PTO has been working diligently alongside us to try just to continue to enhance the experience for our students. And so when Mary Ann, on behalf of the PTO, came to me with this idea regarding improving our courtyards for the kids, we absolutely loved it. We've done a lot of work and research. We've talked to a lot of individuals throughout the school district to make this a possibility. And so Mary Ann is here to share a little bit about the plans from the PTO for our courtyards.
Sorry. And as you know, it takes a long time to get these processes going. And this was talked about at the beginning of the school year. Unfortunately, my term as PBI PTO president is ending. But we still have hope that the next group coming over will keep on track of our plan.
Does that mean you're moving to the PV middle school PPO? Is that what that means? Okay.
4 years, I've been with PBI. You can go one side, okay. So our goals were, right now, if you've been in PBI, those courtyards are kind of like not really used, and they're beautiful spaces. So our idea last year was to come up with a plan to get those spaces more usable. So we want to create a pleasing environment, aesthetically pleasing environment, welcoming environment, provide more seating for the students and the staff outside. We want to introduce green space to promote the environmental awareness and mental well-being outside. And we want to improve the accessibility for all students, including those with disabilities, because right now there are no picnic tables out there that could accommodate a wheelchair. So that was one thing we wanted to make sure was on our list to be able to purchase with our PTO funds. And we wanted to incorporate educational and interactive elements such as outdoor classroom and an outdoor sensory area. So our current challenge there's limited seating. The shade we talked about, and unfortunately that's like a big project because it's a lot of money, but there's not a lot of shade out there. So because there's limited seating, it doesn't get used a lot as an outdoor classroom. It's not inviting because there is no outdoor greenery that can come back every year, I want to say. And it's an underutilized space. It has a lot of, it's missing opportunities for outdoor learning and outdoor activities for the kids. So there's two courtyards. Courtyard A, if you know PBI, that's the one where the ducks come every spring. So we were going to leave that as our sensory and nature area. Sorry. And I'll show you what we want to put in there on the next slide. So there we want to purchase benches. We found buddy benches that we would like to put in there, and they're actually labeled buddy bench to create a welcoming environment. We wanted to put in raised plant boxes. So I'll just say now, nothing we are proposing has to, I talk with my hands a lot, maybe. That nothing is going to have to involve disturbing the grounds that are already in there. Everything's going to be above ground. So that's why we put in raised planter boxes. That they'll be easier to maintain during the summer with plants that will come back every spring. So it's not a lot of maintenance for our maintenance or the PTOs that are coming up in the future. And our resident ducks, we want to purchase
posters of the duck life cycle and have a binoculars bin that the teachers could sign out that would be inside, so they can look out during the spring to see what, mama duck is doing out there. Rain barrels and water troughs, weather instruments, rain gauges and all that kind of stuff. Wind chimes, and we have already purchased sidewalk stencils because they were used to enhance the blacktop recess area. So we would just reuse those and get some of those sensory walking paths put on the sidewalks that are in that courtyard. So there's an example of what we're talking about: storage, buddy benches, more seating, rain barrels. And then this is courtyard B. This would be the one that we focus on our outdoor classroom space. And we have convertible benches. One of them was pictured there. It could be a bench, or you can flip it over and sit into it like the seat. Handicapped accessible picnic tables, outdoor classroom materials, outdoor chalkboard, outdoor whiteboard. Will be helpful for the teachers to actually go outside and be able to teach the children from an outdoor space. Again, a small shed to put all of our storage in, and some more, plants and greenery to make it, more aesthetically pleasing. So we actually did get a whiteboard already, because with our holiday shop company that we use, we earn points with them. And our holiday shop is not a fundraiser, it's just a service through for our kids. But in return for signing a contract a year in advance, we get points. So we actually got a free whiteboard already, we already have it. So that one, we didn't even have to pay for. So that was a good bonus. So I broke it down into phases, and each phase would be about $5,000. Right now, our current board's end of fiscal year is June 30th. So anything that we want to purchase for this end of school year, we have to purchase by June 30th. And we broke it down into kind of what we can do this year, and then what could wait till next year. So the 2024 list is what we would try to purchase by the end of our fiscal year. We actually got an email from Lowe's in Walmart, or Lowe's in Lehighton, I think, not Polka Mountain, I think it was the Lehighton one, that they are willing to give up to $2,000 and man hours to help a school with any outdoor improvement project. So we have been in contact with them and hope that they would help with the plants and the rain barrels and stuff like that. And actually, maybe they can bring some of the manpower to actually do the planting of that stuff. So it was really nice. We got that email from them, and our treasurer has been in correspondence with them to work something out with them. So then phase 2 would be next year's PTO award that comes in to help, finish the project. We have met with the building.
Yeah, we went with Randy Snell.
Yep. And he went through the list with us and said all the things that were on our wish list are, okay to put in the programs. Any questions? I'll try to answer.
No, that's great. You were talking about shade. Did we look at, I'll use a canopy where it stretches in the corners.
They're $20,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I guess it's not necessary to the
If you
snow.
wanted them anchored in the wall from, they'd be they're called parasail tents, and they would have to be anchored into the wall. They're $20,000. So I don't think that's anything one PTO can do in 1 year. I mean, I'm sure you could look around, but those are the catalogs that you get from the recess equipment places, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
And I mean, they are smaller areas, but still we looked into even finding something to put part shade, but we can look to see what time of day there is more sun out there, because as the sun moves, there's more shade and more sun. So, but yeah, we had to take that one off our list, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Great work.
I just want to say, I love my 4 years at PVI. I've been there since my now 8th grader was in 4th grade. So I've worked with Mr. McCutcheon, and I've worked with Ms. Albright, and it's been fabulous. It's gonna be really sad to leave. Every time I say, this is my last couple weeks, stop saying.
But then you'll cycle back around to Mr. McCutcheon, so you're in
Yes,
good company, so yeah. That's great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
For this. No, just,
Thank
yeah, yeah, I mean, we'll continue conversations about planning for it, so. Yeah. Actually, the only other thing today is MCTI, how to be assisted with some of these things.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, so, before you do your presentation, I just want to follow up, we're sidebarring real quick, but, I did want, everyone to be aware that, we have a great relationship with MCTI. And in fact, if you were wondering where the Dewey bus was yesterday at Ready, Set, Learn, it's at MCTI. And I was assured that we're going to be thoroughly impressed when we receive it. And the students have been working diligently on, improvements for that are very much needed. I'll leave it at that. I say all of this because if you're not aware, MCTI students, as well as Dr. Verga and his staff, actually were able to create some benches and areas for our garden, our butterfly garden that's at PVE. And so I say all of this, and I'm sure I'll have a follow-up conversation with Dr. Berger tomorrow, but, again, MCTI has been very helpful, and when we're looking at, yes, there are some costs associated with this, and I'm very grateful that the PTO is trying to organize this. We also have some students that I know would be very grateful to provide this opportunity for some younger students or even some of their siblings at PVI. So we'll certainly reach out to them, and they've been very gracious to provide us with tables and benches and things of the sort. And the craftsmanship is like top notch, just being very frank. So let's continue to utilize that connection and relationship that we have to maybe offset some of those $5,000 and $5,000 costs. So I just wanted to make everyone aware that we'll tap into that resource, but they've been very great with supporting PV. So.
They have done the buddy benches in the past for Strasburg.
Oh, great. Excellent.
Yes, so I'm sure they'll help us out.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So the next item under finance, Greg Gallagher, the general manager of First Student, is here tonight to present some information to the board in reference to the operations of First Student and the benefits of First Student that they offer for the district.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing us to come in to speak to everyone, kind of give an overview of our operation, what we do, all the things that First Student has to offer. We've been with Pleasant Valley School District since 2008. Rita Conrad is the general manager of the location. She's been here for 20 years. I've worked with First Student for 15 years. We have an assistant manager at the location, Joanne. She's been with us for 10 years. And believe it or not, we have 24 drivers that used to drive for Pleasant Valley School District that are still with us with First Student. So we really appreciate the partnership with Pleasant Valley for the last, 18 years. And we're hoping to continue to grow with the relationship. All right, First Student's a very big company. We're very big. We're in 39 states in Canada. We are the leader in technology when it comes to school buses. We just this year came up with, we call it Halo. It identifies all of the kinds of technology that we have, and we have some of them. We use a lot of them right here in Pleasant Valley. We have a cutting-edge recruiting and training program for recruiting drivers. We have driver navigation on our buses that I'll go into a little bit in a little bit. We have a tracking app that we have that's available. I'm sorry. Okay. Too quick. All right. We have a tracking app that we have in our company for where parents can track the buses. We don't have that in Pleasant Valley right now, but we do use another type of communication I'll talk about in just a minute. We have digital fleet maintenance for all of our buses. And we're one of the leaders in electrification as electrification goes into the world. Now, we're one of the leaders in the industry with electrification. We have the most advanced buses on the road. All of our buses have GPS sonar on them. Obviously, all our Type A vehicles that we use for special needs have air conditioning. We have two-way radios and interior cameras. We have child checkmate and theft mate on our buses. That is a system that the drivers must check the bus whenever they leave the bus, definitely at the end of each of their morning shift and afternoon shift. And if they do happen to miss a child, and a child is asleep and they miss them, and once that child makes movement on the bus, the horn will beep, and to make everyone aware that something's going out in the yard and they're moving out in the yard. But I can tell you that hasn't happened here at this location, which is good. That means the drivers are doing everything they're supposed to be doing. We have crossing arms on all our buses for the safety of the kids when they're getting off the bus each morning and afternoon. The communication that we use, I talked about, we have an app that we have for school districts that they can use internally with their different principals at different schools. And then another step to it is that the parents can have this app downloaded and see where their child is in the bus as they're being transported. But in this school district, we have we call it RoboText, where it's used with Rita and her team, and Dina also in the district has it, where if there's any changes to any route for any reason, we can just send out a blast text to the parents and to the school administrators that it pertains to. So everyone has up to the date notification if something's happening. So you get real time updates. And that's been a really successful tool for us. We just brought it in to not just this district, other districts that I cover this year. And it's really improved the communication and stops where the parents thinking, where's the bus type of thing. They get notifications. Everybody looks at their phone usually when they have a text. When I talked about the First View app that we have, that you would have to go in and look for it. So we like this better, and we use it here in this school district. Routing, our company does the routing, and I believe back in January, Rita and a representative from our company were in here to give a routing analysis of how we're doing here in PV. So I can tell you that through the efficiency of that and working with the school district in the past few years, we have eliminated a few routes here in Pleasant Valley to be more efficient. We always like the kids to be on the bus 1 hour or less. And we feel that's a good tool, and we're working both with the district and with our team at the location to make sure we're running the most efficient as we can. We have, as I mentioned, we're a big company, and we have a lot of, and me being a supervisor, we have a lot of technology and information that's given to me every day about every location. To be honest with you, I would never have to step foot in Rita's location, but I do. But I can see everything that's going on in her location with on-time performance, are the employees doing their child checks, how much idling is going on. With the reporting that we have, we can see everything from everywhere, and we work with Rita and the other managers I work with to try and be as efficient as possible with all that. I can tell you that we as a company have a goal of 95% on-time performance, meaning getting the children to school on time, and Rita is currently right now is running at 97.3 for the PV school district. So we really work towards being as efficient as possible in our operations every day. Tablet technology. All of our school buses have these tablets on the buses. Where the drivers, that's where they sign in, that's where they do their pre-trip, that's where they do their child check at the end of the day. Everything's done through the tablet, that's why we can see everything. It also gives you the option of turn-by-turn directions. We have technology where if a school signs up for children discipline, if you have a discipline problem, and the driver can put the information into the tablet, it goes to the school district, whoever's assigned to it,
and then notification comes back that at least the child was spoken to. It doesn't tell, the driver doesn't find out what happened with the child, but they just know that the issue was addressed with the child. We also, one of the things we track too is the pre-trip and post-trips that all our drivers are expected to do every single day to make sure the bus is safe every day. And part of the post-trip is when they're checking for the sleeping child. We call it sleeping child on the bus. Then every child is off that bus and no kid is left alone. So in our location here, we run at 99.6% of our drivers are doing it every single day. And the average time that they're doing this pre-trip is 9 minutes. So in the bus industry, the amount of time you should be doing is if you have a hydraulic bus, it's 6 minutes. If you have an air brake bus, it's 8 minutes. And if you do have a wheelchair vehicle, it's 9 minutes. That's our standard. So here in this location, the average time is over 9 minutes, which is very good. The use of the tablet also does, they get all their schedules, any route changes that are uploaded into our system are put into these tablets, so the driver has all the information they need on the bus. They'll go, one thing with the tablets, when the bus is moving, it's not activated. They can't look at it unless they're in the turn-by-turn directions where they can keep the volume down and just do it like you would do it in a car. You have to look to see where you need to turn. But we don't have that turned on here. No. That's an option to turn that on. We also have, through our tablets, we rank all of our drivers. And we call that, with the safety score on how they're doing on things like pre-trip idling. And we rank them between 1-star and 5-star. And each month, this location has between 19 and 24 5-star drivers. We have about 100 drivers here, but the rest of them are in the 4-star range and working toward it. They might have an issue with idling or something's throwing them off that they can't get to the 5. But I know Rita, I know all the locations that I have, they reward the top drivers when they hit the 5-star. So it becomes, we post all the results in our depots, and it becomes a competition between the drivers to see where everybody stands. Because if somebody isn't in the 5 and they think they should be, they'll come in, they'll talk to Rita or one of my other managers, and they'll ask, why am I not there? So, so like I said, we use a lot of technology in our company. We're an industry leader in maintenance. We rank all of our maintenance shops either bronze, silver, or gold. And this Pleasant Valley shop is a gold status. This means that every tech in that location, one of the items is every tech in this location has an ASC certification. And it also ranks them on overtime, cleanliness of the shop, how they record all their work orders, all the work they do on the buses. So, and once again, it's a competition of all the shops and all the employees within a shop of getting to that gold status. And employees are rewarded when they do get to the gold status. Okay, I'll talk about this a little bit. And I've been around for First Student for 15 years. So I was here, not in this particular building, I was in one of the schools when we had a board meeting about 4 years ago when our contract came up. And we came down to the wire on the contract. And so I had to come in and present to the board on the increase that we were asking at that time. And one of the things I was talking about at that meeting 4 years ago was that we've had, and you can see it on the chart here, we've had consistently low increases, annual increases through the years until we came to 2021, right after COVID hit and cost of everything in the world went up. We needed to write our operation to be, a profitable operation. And one of the things that I talked about at that meeting that night was that, we've given very low increases, I would say, through the years. And that's why we needed that at that point. So I just wanted to put that up there so everybody could see kind of our trend with you. That, like when I mentioned that we're here for 15 years and we're a partner. We felt that during that time we tried to keep the increases down as low as we could. But obviously we're for-profit company. No. Okay. So I just wanted to explain it to, I know that we have one more year on our current contract, expires next June. I'm not here tonight to talk about what the future brings, when it comes to any kind of rate increases or anything like that. I just want to use the time tonight kind of to educate anybody who wasn't familiar with First Student, what we're about. I know we're down at the other side of the parking lot, you see the buses and, but I just want to come in and kind of, run through some information for you. See if I have something else there. This is just in closing. This is our company's missions and values. We five things we do: focus on safety, we care for our students, we surpass customer expectations, we foster teamwork, and we set the higher standards. Those are our five values that we follow in our company. So we're big on working with our communities. And just going off script a little bit, as I listened a little bit tonight, we talked about scholarships for kids, right? We talked about just the last thing that came up about improving the front of the couple schools, right? We work with our schools, and we do we have been since COVID, put into our contracts where we annually give scholarships to seniors, right? We don't have it in this one here, but I'm just saying since we came out of that COVID, we've been doing that. So, I would even stand here tonight. It might be late, maybe for this year, but we could work it out and we could give $1,500 scholarships to outgoing seniors, and we could in the future, if we continue on in the future, we can put that in our contract. And we leave it up to the schools to decide, who gets the scholarship. They just put in there that it's for First Student. I can tell you, in the schools that I have done it, I've probably done about 7 school districts since COVID. I always get emails from the seniors when they get the award, thanking the company for doing that. Now, I don't know if I've had younger kids, and I don't know if that's the parents saying, you sit down at the computer and you write that email. But we get it, and they really appreciate it. So, and then the other thing was with the working outside the courtyard. There you go, the courtyards. We have for school districts, thrown in some money for those type of things also. So I apologize if we haven't done it to this point, but just listening, I'm like, we do that here, we do that here. So just wanted to bring that up. But I just wanted to kind of run through that. I know we went pretty quick. But is there anybody have any questions for me or for Rita while we're here in front of you?
I do.
Yeah.
Is our fleet mainly diesels and gas? And if so, have you explored anything in the propane area with any of your other districts?
Yes, I have 2 school districts that have propane, Pocono Mountain being the closest to here. And then I have my North Penn School District that has propane. And then this year, I mentioned about us being a leader in electrification. I have my William Penn School District down by Philadelphia will be getting 25. They applied for a grant with the state and they won. So probably in about March, they'll go. It'll be a partial fleet. They have 100 buses. 25 of them will be electrification.
Do you find that would be cost effective for a school district our size to switch to either propane or electric for some of the fleet or all of it?
When we took over Pocono Mountain 5 years ago, they had 80% of the fleet was propane when we got there. And then as we replace buses, we stick with propane. That's what they want to do. The William Penn School District, they have 100 vehicles, and then here you have about 100 vehicles. I can tell you the propane vehicles are much quieter, start in the winter. There's not a problem with that in the winter. And we find that it's the school districts that have them and the drivers that drive them like them. They're mostly Bluebirds. Now we have probably Thomas is here probably, right? So we have Thomas is here, but they're Bluebirds, and You know, there's other districts that are looking, you know, at the electric side. I can tell you the electric side, the grants that they were giving out were about $350,000, and an electric vehicle costs about $300,000. Then you have to put the infrastructure in for the other $50,000. So they're pretty expensive, but you get grants from the government. So I would just say if there's any interest in that, and when you know, I don't know, you know, how many more electrics are going to be with the world, but we'll see. But when you see grants, it can't hurt for a school district to apply. It doesn't mean you have to take it, right? You just see if you qualify. They have certain school districts that the state tells are qualified and other ones that are not qualified, just based on, I guess, the wealth of the district, I guess is what the best way to say it. But that doesn't mean you can't apply for it. So if there's any interest in it, we have a big electrification team with the first student. So I generally have, when districts show any interest in it, we have someone from our team come and speak about it, the goods and bads about it. They know a lot more about it than I do. I'll be well educated when it gets to be March, when I have these 25 under my watch. So I'll learn a lot more then. But yeah, that's did I answer your question?
You did, thank you very much.
Anybody else have any questions?
I did, just about the, if you go back to the app page.
Page 5. That's not it.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
there. No?
Nope.
Well, this is what we do. That's what we put there, right?
Yeah. Go back one.
One more?
Yes, yes. So we have, which one of those? We do not have the tracking app?
No, we don't have the tracking app, but we use called Robotext. It's a texting system that we communicate with everybody, all the parents, information, their phone numbers are on there, and the staff, all your staff, principals, they're all on there, and we communicate with them through that. But it's available to every district. It is. We did speak a little bit about it, and at the same time, we talked about this, and we decided with the Robotext, we decided to go with the Robotext. But any of these items here are available to your school district. Sure.
So we had the tracking app in the beginning, we were just using it in-house with, that was being like the teachers, not the teachers, but like the superintendent.
Admin.
And we were using it just to try it out. Our only fear is that when, if we put it out to parents, that there's a lot of areas where the GPS would follow dead zones. So, because it works off of cellular.
Right.
So because of our area, that was the fear that if we did try it out there and they weren't seeing what they wanted to see, that would be, so for us, Greg suggested the other app, which it's really good. We give Dina access to it, so Dina can use it also when there's an issue. We can just go right on and you can zone in on, if it's bus 106, only the parents of 106 and only the students of 106 that are on, whether it's high school, middle school, or PBE and PBI, we can actually take that down and then send it to the admin of the school and to the parents of those students. So it also lessened down the calls coming into my location, because if the bus was running late and the parent didn't get a phone call or anything like that because they're out at the bus stop, they weren't calling going, where's my kid's bus? Like, it's not here. We don't get that as much anymore.
Yeah.
A couple of them we might, but now they get the text, so it cuts all that down. It cuts the calls to the school, it cuts the calls to us, and then the frustration when the driver arrives to that bus stop. So it really is working out really good, that app.
Okay.
The thing with that though is the parents get a generic text saying, if you wish to opt out, or if you wish to continue getting these messages. A lot of parents didn't do anything. So they, some of those parents would call and say, well, I didn't, and we would say, and we can look and see, like if Rita says, oh, we did a fleet text,
and I'll say, well, did they really? I can go in and check the log and I can see every text that went out, the time it went out, what bus it went out
So
for.
if a parent calls in though, you can just resend the text and fix it that way,
Yes, so
correct?
then we can tell them, well, you did, like, you didn't accept getting these messages, and then they say, oh. So then, we keep on top of that, and what I do with every new student that registers, I make sure I manually add them to that fleet text alert, so that I know that any new students coming in are added, and then and it goes by bus number, so we enter their name, the parent's phone number, and the bus number. So that all gets entered every time we have a new student register, so that if the bus is running 10, 15 minutes late, they'll receive that text.
Okay.
Ideally, when do you send that text out, like a couple weeks prior to school start? When does that work?
Well, it's daily, it's daily.
Oh, yeah.
No.
To opt in.
Opt-in.
We said that at the beginning of the year, I think.
We did it, well, this was our first year.
Well, this was the
so-
first year,
Yeah.
But
and,
even though, like, Dina sent them at all.
we had technology, what Chuck did was he, pulled the information from the SIS,
Right.
created a CSV file,
Yeah.
which we then uploaded into the system.
Right.
So we could do that.
I only ask because if you let us know when you do it, we can follow up on our social media pages or whatever to remind parents, please opt in.
Right.
And maybe
in
you'll get
order
more
to
traction
the
on
text
it.
messages,
Dina
yeah.
even sent out an all-call for that, prior to us even doing it, like, we had a plan, Dina's like, I'm gonna send out a call
Yeah, yeah.
saying, like, you're gonna get a text message. This is for our, fleet text, so you're up to date in your buses. We had people even call and going, is this a scam? Did you really send this out?
Yeah,
So, but, yeah,
but yeah, we'll,
we can do that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So why not have both available?
The
app
tracking?
and the thing,
Well, I think-
is there additional cost with that, or is this all?
No, it's all included. It's something that's available to the district, but when we, like Rita said, when we were discussing it, because we have dead zones, because it's all run off where's the bus, right? So if the data's not going, if we're losing data, if the parents are not gonna get the right information.
And we don't want them to be frustrated, to
Yeah.
give them something that they can't rely on.
Yeah.
Like, if I had something like that, I can't rely on it. I'm not getting up to date. And then we were seeing that also, like, in another district, the parents relied on it to send the kids out the door. So they were looking at it going, oh, the bus is 10 minutes away. Well, it wasn't up to date because of the cellular, the bus already had passed. So then now they're complaining that their student missed the bus because they were tracking the bus on their phone.
Just think about think about it. The
Yeah.
effort, middle effort, Jonas.
Well, yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I'm working Bangor, they have the same app, and I don't hear those problems. So that's why I'm asking the question, because
Yeah.
they're much more rural than this area.
We have a lot of dead zones in this area.
It's
Have
a
you been to
lot,
that?
yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the only reason I asked about that is because I would be the idiot sitting at the bus stop for an hour and a half when the bus had already gone by.
Yeah, right.
I got you.
Yeah, right. And that was our fear, to give them something that.
But I would also be the idiot that doesn't opt in or out. I didn't get text.
Yeah.
Is there a reason we can't just
At least you're honest.
force opt in and make them opt out? Like, I feel like that's a problematic process in my brain. Like, as a parent, I feel like I would be automatically opted in. If I wanted out, I get out. I don't feel like if you go in, you shouldn't have to opt in. I don't know, this means.
I'm agree.
could it be that way?
Because it's, so I learned on that, and I think Dina remembers our little lesson on that, because it's a text. Now, like any stores, are you signed up for store text messages,
get
says
that
you have to
initially.
opt in. Now, it's a legal thing that has to be done because it's a text.
I get 1,000 political tests a day.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
gonna-
yeah, I never opted in, but if you had like, I don't know, I'm gonna do the female hair, so I'm gonna be like TJ Maxx, Bath and Body Works, and all those things. They always, when you sign up for the text, it says you have to opt. You have to say yes or stop or whatever. So that was one of the things they said we had to do, legality, because we weren't allowed to. I guess there's still services out there where you pay for text, I don't know. I guess maybe you would pay as you go phones or something like that.
I know that in the other districts that we have it, it's well accepted.
Yeah.
People like it. People like it because it's a text and
however you wanna look at the text.
Oh, I like that as well, I was just, I was only looking at the proactive, but then I also understand that parents might use it as a predictor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you can just wait till the bus is like right here
Yeah,
at the corner, and then you can go.
right,
I can see that.
and then they're screaming at you because the app said
I got it.
it wasn't gonna be there yet.
But we've had it here where we've had it for the schools,
Right, yeah.
right? And then we have the problem with the dead zones and all like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we doing it, we did go through the pros and cons of all of it. Text messages definitely have more pros
Okay.
for our area, and
Okay.
that's why that was the option.
But that's a conversation we can discuss again then, right? Like yearly.
The other thing I did text, I'm 90% sure I never had a text to sign up for it. I'm pretty on top of that stuff, like, so, I don't know, you can look me up, but maybe it's my wife, not me.
Can you report back at the next school board meeting?
And we cover the cost of the robotext for that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, thank you. It was very, very nice, meeting everybody, seeing everybody, and, we look for a long-time relationship, but we'll take it 1 year at a time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I totally got the text and didn't respond, I'm sure of it. You get all the updates. Emergency calls. I'm going about previous calls on Saturday at 1:00. Took me a little bit to realize I was an emergency. My kids manage their education very well. I feel
I don't know about Diane.
Yes, please.
Attached are the cap reserve reports for 2018, the 2023, and the 2024 bond April report. The cap reserve account has an available balance of $16,091,439.34 at April 30th, 2025. The 2018 bond has an available balance of $0. It's been allocated to the construction project. The 2023 bond and the 2024 bond both have a $0 available balance at 4/30/25. Again, both of these bonds have been allocated to the high school renovation project. All interest that's been earned during the month of April has been rolled into the construction cost, which will lower the amount needed for the high school renovation and any other district facility needs. Does anybody have any questions on those reports? Item D, just last time when I presented the FTEP February report, I attached February 2024, February 2025. So the updated report is attached there for your review. And I apologize for that. Item E is the March 2025 FTEP report. Pleasant Valley's FTEP reserve balance at 3/31/25 is $5,213,912.98. This is equivalent to 5.5 months of reserve. We're required to maintain 4 months in that reserve account, so we're in good shape with that. Does anybody have any questions on the FTEP reports? Before I get to the big ticket item, I'm gonna let Mrs. Sykes review the food service numbers for the month of April.
Good evening. Item F, attached are the cafeteria meal totals for April, which I will go over. April was another successful month. Breakfast meals served were 21,748. The lunch meals served were 48,899. And the after-school snacks were 20,427. And a la carte sales were $26,524.05. Any questions on that? Item G is attached is the Whitson April newsletter for you to review. Whitson's had a very busy month between catering, marketing, promotions, and the end of year projects. One thing that I do want to remind parents, students, and staff that the survey Whitson's is conducting on their service is ending tomorrow. Your participation helps them improve their dining services. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any questions on any of those? There you go.
So up next, Dr. Conrad's gonna present the 25-26 budget.
I'm gonna let you do that.
So this is the proposed final budget for 25-26 school year. We're gonna review some budget highlights, a staffing summary, our revenue and expenditure summary, expenditure comparisons, fund balance review, tax impact scenario and the history, our next steps, and we'll have a little Q&A discussion at the end. So for budget highlights, all of our programs have been maintained. We continue to provide student classroom supplies, after-school tutoring or LRO program, and after-school transportation. This year, we added cap and gown purchases to the general fund at the high school to help our community alleviate some of the expenses. Transportation was a 4% increase. Special education and out-of-district placement, that is a 7% increase for next year. Supplemental contract increases, that's at 2%. Contractual salary and benefit obligation increases. The estimated number for this overall for the entire district is about 4%, noting that we still are in negotiations with the professional staff. So these are estimated numbers at this point. 5.8% in benefits is the increase for the 25-26 school year. That encompasses health insurance and our PACERS increase as well. On the revenue side, basic education funding, that increased $225,000 for next year. Special ed funding, that increased $250,000 for next year. Our Ready to Learn grant and tax equity monies, that's staying status quo for next year. Tax revenue increase, which is school taxes, that's currently budgeted at 2%. You'll see all that coming up. And we continue to fund increases for our capital projects. We are fully funded for the bonds that we used for the high school renovation project. We are fully funded at the end of this school year. And we will continue to supplement the district-wide capital projects, transferring money from the general fund into the cap reserve fund so we can do the other district-wide projects without having to borrow any more money. Staffing for next year. We are only adding one professional staff member for next year, and that's an intermediate 4th grade teacher. And we are adding one safety and security personnel, one 12-month security guard. This is to alleviate some of the overtime costs and to add additional security during the high school renovation project. So this is an overview of the revenues and the expenses, kind of a very condensed review of what the budget looks like. So for revenue for 25-26, the proposal is on the local level, it would be $57.8 million. On the state level, $56.7 million. Federal, $1.5 million. For a total revenue for next year of $116,099,470. This is very close. It's a little bit less than the preliminary budget that I did back in February or March. Expenses for next year, instructional, $66.7 million. Support services, $40.8 million. Non-instructional and operations, $1.4 million. And financing, $7 million. The differences from the preliminary budget we had an increase in the gambling money, because that's what everybody refers to it as. It's the reallocation tax money is what it is, but also referred to as the gambling money. There was an increase in that, so we were able to lower the local, the revenue that comes in from that, and we made some adjustments. I made some adjustments to the interest. Over the last few years, we've been trending high in interest. This year's a little unstable, so I budgeted a little bit less for the interest for the upcoming year. On the expenses, we added additional money into instruction
And the financing number is stable now since we don't have to add any more money for the bond. So this part is, again, this is expenditures. This breaks it down a little bit more. It breaks it down into the objects. And if when you're looking at the account codes, that's the third set of numbers in the account code. I'll try to explain some of what they mean. So the first one is the 100s, it's a large, very large part, salaries. That's $38.4 million. You will see that it shows a decrease of $1.4 million. It's not really a decrease in salaries. We used to, when we had our substitutes in-house, our substitutes were paid through this account code because they were our employees. When we switched to ESS, that payment switches to the 300 account code, and you'll see how that kind of balance each other out. So they moved to there, and that's why you see that decrease in the salaries and the increase in the 300 object code. The 200 object code, that's where our employee benefits sit. This is health insurance, PSERS, social security, that's where all of that sits. That increased about $822,000. I did just review the 300 account code. 400 account code, this is where our leased equipments, whether there are copiers, Jockey-Tech, we have some leased computers in there, that's where all of that falls. That very slight increase in that, $61,000. The 500 series, this is where transportation sits in our charter schools. So that has an increase of 800. That's $1.6 million. Again, that's where those things sit. They're the major items that sit in that object code area. 600s are supplies. That is an increase of $916,000. This is where teachers, student, and employee supplies sit. Also, all of our utilities and insurance sit here too. So those increases are every year. They're just normal increases like everybody else has.
And I'm sorry, in supplies?
In that, it's supplies for teachers, students, but our utilities also sit in there for the district. Our electric, things like that, our insurance property, all of our insurance policies sit in there also. 700 object code, that's property. There are things that we buy that are $2,500 or more that could be depreciated. So that's about an $854,000 increase. The 800 series, that's our debt, that's the bond. And with the 40 million bond that's coming up and the budgeting for that, that's where the increase of the 1.4 is. And then the 900 objects is everything else. That's where, and also the principal for the bond sits in there.
Your savings, you talked about the 100, and then it goes to 300. Is that just salaries, or is there additional savings that we have with our paying the features and stuff like that?
So the major piece of the savings in the 100 is that ESF, when the substitutes were here in-house, they were our employees, so they were coded to the 100s, the 100 account code.
Right. But I'm
They're
saying,
with ESS now, so it's down. So there is some savings in the salaries because we've had retirements and the replacements have come in at the lower salaries.
so we, like I said, because they're with the other company, we don't have, there's no benefits.
There's no PSERS, no
Yeah.
benefits, so
So there's additional savings.
every single
Right, so that's not
Yes.
something, that's an unforeseen savings is what I'm asking, so it's not something you put in here as a savings, it's because we
No.
don't pay it.
No. Yeah, we save just, with using ESS, we save right off the top of my head, we save 33% in paying for PSERS for those people, the health insurance, and 7.5% for their FICA match. This breaks down the expenses even further. This breaks it down into the function, which is the second set of numbers when you're looking at the account code. I'm gonna touch on just a few of these because we're really getting into the detail with this now. So the regular instruction, the 1100s, again, we added additional funds to that, so it's $1.5 million.
And the 1,200, that's special education, and we've added $1.5 million to that as well. Enrollment is increasing in special education, and Dr. Howard and her team is trying very hard to get our curriculum and our programs up to snuff, to challenge our students and to make things better, so that needs additional funds in it as well. The rest of this page, there weren't too many changes in the rest of the accounts that are there. The next one that had the most change would be our operations and security services. And again, this is insurance, utilities. We're adding Act 235 to our district, so that's a little bit of an extra expense. 2,700 transportation, that's an expense where that sits, that's 1% increase. And then support services. This is where most of our technology sits in here. And as the world grows in technology, we have to keep up with it. So there's some extra money that's added into there from the year before. And simply just increases in current contracts that we have. There is significant changes in those areas. And then the last three that we have on here, you'll see there's not a whole lot of significance. So in total, the budget has increased $4.5 million from the 24-25 budget.
I'm sorry, can you go back to? That's it, I'm sorry, just wanted to see the numbers again.
So I wanted to break it out, sometimes a visual picture of showing where the expenditures come from and where the money's going in the district kind of helps. So 58% of our expenditures goes to salary and benefits, and that's district-wide. Every area, every department, every employee. The next one is the 19%, that's our utilities, our insurance, and just the upkeep of the buildings and the facility. That's the next largest piece of our budget. Professional services is the third piece of it. That would be our substitute services, anything that we have a contract with that we use outside of the district. And then the next one, let's mix them up. Not to get professional services, okay. Next would be supplies and equipment. So they're just the supplies that we need to run the district, you know. Any for teachers, employees, for students, the supplies that they would need to function. And then other is 1% of our budget, and that's just miscellaneous items that could come in that don't fit in any of the other categories. So next I wanted to break down the revenue a little bit. So the local revenue, which is the 6,000, there's three main parts to it. It's the school tax, and that includes the school tax, delinquent taxes, and interim taxes. That would be $47.6 million. Our earned income tax, $4.8 million. And then the balance of that local revenue comes from interest, student fees, athletic events, and other LEA payments to us. So that's a total of $57.8 million. From the state funding, the basic ed funding, $28.2 million, special ed funding, $4.8 million, transportation reimbursement, $2.7, our Ready to Learn grant, $3.5, the real estate tax reduction allocation, or gambling money, is $7 million. Retirement reimbursement, $9.1, and then other miscellaneous revenue that comes in, $1.1 million. So our state revenue is $56.7 million. And then on the federal level, our Title I, II, III, and IV, this is an estimated number because the numbers for 25-26 have not come out yet for the titles. So this is about $1 million. And then medical access, that's about $525,000. The local, the 6,000 area includes a 2% tax increase at a 93% collection rate. On the state level, as I stated before, the basic ed and special ed is a total of about $570,000 increase. And the tax allocation for gambling money it actually went up $916,000.
So that was quite a jump, and I'll explain how that affects the taxpayers in a minute. So that, just to give you an idea, again, the visual effect, 50% of the school district's revenue comes from the local taxpayers. 49% comes from the state, and 1% is federal money. The picture makes it look a little, kind of hits home. This is the fund balance projection. This really hasn't changed much since the preliminary budget. It hasn't changed at all since the preliminary budget that I presented. So we're still projecting at the end of 24-25 that we'll have a complete fund balance of all of our funds of $119 million. For the 25-26 year, you'll see that the projection drops down to $92 million. The reason for that dramatic drop is a lot of this fund balance is our bond money that we're using for the high school renovation project. So those payments are gonna start coming out faster, so you're gonna see that fund balance drop very quickly over the next 2 years. This is what the 2% tax increase shows. For an average assessment, which this number is given to us by the county. Each school district receives this number from the county tax office. It's $143,138 is the average assessment of properties in our area. With the 2% increase, the tax rate would be 0.02588, which is a 0.0005 increase from last year. The net tax with the new tax rate on a piece of property that was valued at $143,138 would be $3,709. That would be a $78 increase from last year's taxes. If you divide that by 12, it's $7 per month. That's with the 2%, just to give you an idea of what that 2%, how that affects people. And if you're above that average, it's gonna affect you more. If you're below that average assessment, it'll affect you less. This is a bit of a tax history for anybody who wanted to know the tax history lesson of the Pleasant Valley School District. So if you go back to 2011, 2012, for 7 years, the district did not have a tax increase. For the following 3 years, there was a small increase of 1.4%, and then you see 2.8 and 3.5% 2 years in a row. I also want to point out that in those 2 years, there's also a furlough that happened here in the district. Pleasant Valley wasn't in a very good financial state at the time and had to do some drastic things to get right the ship. So I wanted to show that in that year to right everything, the tax increases were higher than anybody was used to in this community. In 23-24, it was a 2% increase. For 24-25, we were actually able to do the 1% increase, well, mostly because of ESSER funds. We were able to purchase a lot of things that we needed for the district with ESSER funds. So we were able to pass that on to the community and just do a 1% tax increase. And for 25-26, my recommendation is a 2% increase. You can stay on that. I'm gonna talk about something else, but you can stay on that. So I just wanted to talk about the tax allocation money, the $7 million. So how that works out, we have 7,654 taxpayers that qualify for the homestead exemption, and we have 18 taxpayers that qualify for the farmstead exemption. What that means is, I did the calculations today so that I had all the numbers for everybody. If you are one of these 7,600 and some people, you will get $36,020 taken off of your assessment value of your property. That equates to a tax savings of $932 that you would save. Now, if anybody's unfamiliar with the homestead farmstead, the county sends that out to you, you fill it out, you have to send it back to them by, I think, March 1st of the tax year. They process it, and then I get a report that tells me who filled out the form,
who got it, who qualifies for it. Then I'll send this information back to the tax office with the numbers, and they apply that to your tax bill when it comes out in July. This is the highest since I've been here, of a reduction that it'll be for anybody, and it's also the highest tax savings in the homestead farmstead. So the next steps, proposed budget, will be on the board agenda on May 22nd. The PD deadline is May 31st. Our final adoption for the budget for 25-26 will be June 23rd. PD's deadline is June 30th. Questions?
This is just a quick question about the, we kept all the programs, we're also keeping the, just because I didn't see it on there, the senior rebate,
The senior citizen tax rebate?
Yeah.
Yes,
in line with the state amount.
yes, the state will come out with any changes towards the end of the year, and I'll come to you with any changes then.
Yeah.
You're welcome. So on the May 22nd board agenda, you'll see the budget. It'll be the PDE to 2028 for board approval with a 2% tax increase. And then for the community, on May 23rd, the day after the board approves it, it will be available out here at the front desk for public inspection.
And I'm sorry, just to say this out loud again, we don't know where we're gonna end up with the contracts for salary increases yet, correct? Right, so we're estimating.
I'm estimating support staff and administrative is, support, those are set. The teacher's contract, no. These are estimated numbers that are in the budget right now.
Support is the following.
Correct, support, the 25-26 is the last year for the support contract. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sorry I bored you with so many numbers.
No, this is important. At this time, since we are finished with section 1, finance, is there anybody from the community that would like to comment on any of the finance discussions that we were having? Okay, thank you. Moving on to education curriculum.
You know what, I just have a couple quick things, just to keep you up to speed with what's going on. Just to let you know that we're continuing with the ELA curriculum writing in all the buildings. PBI is coming to a close on the first marking period for next year. PBE is not far behind, and the high school started today, and they already have the first marking period done for 9th grade, so that's great. We're doing our training on June 3rd for all our ELA teachers. And then the work is grade level on June 4th. Science, like I told you before, we're gonna do the review next year because they are sunsetting our programs. We put together a committee. There are 16 teachers represented from every building. And then we'll have some administrators on that as well. Just a reminder that the math, we extended PBE for 2 years and PBI for 1 year, just because we're holding on that until we get the other ELA and science in place. PD that's coming up for our staff, like I said earlier, HMH will be on June 3rd. We're doing training with the new science standards, PBM and PBH. We have the math curriculum advisor from PDE coming in to work with our math teachers on June 3rd. And we're getting that small group that we did get with NWEA on June 4th, and then everybody will do NWEA on September 12th. We're doing a survey to our middle school students for the esports club. In that room, as we're starting to get stuff ready, Mr. Smale and his team have, they're mounting the TVs and things like that. And just remember, a reminder, just one of the few new courses we have for next year is we're expanding AP with the AP Pre-Cal. We have the esports class, we have French, and we are looking at the following year for doing an algebra course with financial applications in the real world. So just, I wanted to give you a quick update each month what we're doing so you guys know. That
Thank
was
you.
fast, but I can elaborate.
No, you're great. This is great.
You guys. Yes.
I'm gonna go with, this is education, but it might touch on finance. AP testing fees,
We pay for that.
and under the new budget, we will continue to.
And actually, students have a choice. They can either do AP or if the class is offered as concurrent enrollment with a college, they get a college credit. We'll pay for that, whichever one that the
Okay.
students choose.
Yep, so it was really a finance question, but I missed that section.
They go hand in hand.
Thank you.
But you'll pay for just one, correct?
One or the other,
One, correct.
one or the other.
All right,
And then moving on for education too, I just want to highlight, there's going to be a reduction of credit recovery costs for students, starting with summer school. Previously, we have, in fact, we actually paid the cost for credit recovery through ESSER and learning loss. Obviously, we don't have that allocation anymore, so we've decided to reduce that cost to $200 per course. So I just wanted the board to be aware. Obviously, we're offering these courses for free, so students are encouraged, obviously, to pass them in high school because these are credit-bearing courses. But sometimes there are situations where a student might not earn that credit, so then here's a way to regain that particular credit. So just want to give an update. Are there any questions about that?
For the summer school, are we finding adequate number of staff to service the students that
We are
Proceed.
definitely at PVE and PVI in high school, I believe, as well, correct? We have special education staff and then math, ELA staff as well. So we've definitely had interest when we've had those postings out. We've hired. some
have we
people.
had an indication of how many students we need?
For the elementary, we've invited over 200 students, K to 5, to attend the Cub Academy. We have about 75 that are responded that they'd be here, and we've had over 17 teachers put their name in to teach. We do about 15 students per class. The secondary, we have been successful in securing teachers for every subject area except social studies. But we're still working on it.
Thank you.
And we don't have to, students are enrolling now. As you come to the end of the year, they realize who may need that.
Yeah, I think middle school. I'm sorry, middle school's covered as well?
Yes.
Okay, just because
7 and 8.
I thought I just heard PDE, PDI in high school.
7, so they do it for 7 and 8. 6th grade, they used to want to do that.
Okay. Any community questions on education or curriculum at this time? Thank you. Operations and transportation.
I didn't really have anything written down, but I'll give you a quick update of the high school with the renovation. The contractors got about a month early head start. Dr. Conrad approved that for them, so they're ripping stuff apart pretty good over there. The teachers are very cooperative. They're doing good. Crystal and her crew are really doing an awesome job staying ahead. It's going good. Pretty happy. All the contractors are happy.
Yeah. We had furniture delivered this week for the teachers to look at with their input like we did.
Yeah.
Are we taking pictures of the, as the progress is going through, just so we have a timeline to put something together at the end?
Maybe
we can find someone better to
I
do
can take
that
some
at a lower rate.
Yeah, actually, I know a guy that did the playground stuff at PVI, if you all recall that last year. Certainly, to your point, I think it is important, because if you're starting with the groundbreaking and then, we're phasing this out, and whether it's, some videos, some commentary from students and staff, but then also some pictures along the way. So I'll work with my team. It's a great idea, but we do want to kind of historically look back and see, how this has impacted our learning environments and our students and staff. So yeah, great
We
idea.
have our yearbook and our TV working on that.
Maybe we get some input from Mike and Ashley.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they've
that gentleman
involved with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, I think they mentioned that at our last.
Coming up with a game plan, summertime project. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else got any questions?
I know you're gonna be busy for the next 2.5 years.
Yes, very busy.
Any further questions on operations? Community questions on operations?
Yeah, I had one question that has been asked of me, just because they know I'm involved with the school, with the band and so forth. The thing is that up until this construction, it is my understanding that we've always had a thing where the students could not carry their backpacks and so forth. Now, parents or some of the students have been told that they're gonna be carrying their backpacks. So the question is what are we going to be doing in reference to the security? Because now you're gonna have, what you said before is now totally the opposite side of the perspective here. So what is going to be done as far as security for our students?
Sure. So, it's something that we've obviously talked a lot about. We've communicated with students, and obviously the reason why is because they don't have access to the lockers because they're going to be ripped out, right? A lot of what we do at the high school is what's called community policing, which is, and then we talked about safe to says earlier tonight. Our students and staff are very vigilant because we are trying to create that safe environment. Anytime that there's a potential concern or threat, and it can be something as simple currently as something in a student's pocket, or it could be something as a concern in a student's backpack. Obviously, we have to be very mindful that there could be, again, security threats regardless. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the students right now actually have bags that they do carry in the high school for their Chromebooks. Sometimes they'll put, stuff on top of it or within it and things of that nature. So I don't think it's going to be much of mitigation from what we're currently doing now to having something on your back. Certainly, it's something to be mindful of. We know many districts recently, and again, this is kind of a COVID thing, I would say too, because there was a time that PV had backpacks that were allowed to carry around, and to my knowledge, and I wasn't here, but that was occurring during COVID, and then obviously with COVID, that kind of went away, and it's maintained. Well, the facts are that most of the other school districts have gone back to utilizing backpacks, and our police chief and other chiefs of police, as well as administrators and superintendents, have a network of, what are some things that we're doing. So in terms of the procedures we're currently doing, we're going to continue to maintain those. And again, I'm not going to elaborate specifically on what those look like, but certainly, vigilance is really important. So that's probably the best answer I can give you right now. It does require parents to notify schools if there are concerns, whether it's their own children or other children within the neighborhood. And they're doing that right now. So I don't see it being a major transition. We had a good conversation with students at the high school, I think it was 2 days ago, just talking about, their thoughts around this. And they like the idea of having that ability because they're having challenges running back to classes. And frankly, they're carrying, and we all see it, they have stacks of books. And it becomes very, very challenging and that's actually more of a safety thing of breaking Chromebooks, knocking it in, especially with the renovation project. So you bring up a really good point. Something that we're certainly very vigilant about as you understand how we operate with safety and security, but it's not anything that's out of the reach of things that we've done in the past. And certainly that's going to be something we continue to work with. Just to be crystal clear, this is only the high school. So this is the transition. So the people that got the phone call and the notification for those 8th through 11th graders currently. So
Are you gonna be using your metal detectors
so
a little bit more?
we have them, we use them, and again, that's something that, our team will continue to have those discussions. There's been discussions about running everyone through metal detectors, which we could do, but it will take 3 hours, and you all been through TSA to go on to an airplane. So, think about that times 1,200 high school students. So again, when we find it's warranted and necessary and concerning, we have procedures in place that absolutely have mitigated those concerns, and we've addressed those disciplinary when necessary. So.
Now, the other thing is, and this is only that, I can't tell you that I definitely know this from somebody in particular, but are they not gonna have lockers anymore?
They are, so we actually, we talked to, with the 11th graders, that'll be the senior class next year. So obviously, we're trying to prioritize, the senior lockers. That's always been something that's near and dear to our seniors. So we're trying to allocate those lockers currently for those individuals. When the project's all said and done, there will be a slight reduction of lockers. But again, we've talked to many of our students, and this was a decision that we had a while back, that some people will and some people won't. So it's just like, high school parking, there's spaces available, and then there's priority lists of seniors all the way down. So we'll be doing similar processes in that regard as well. But when the project's all done, there will be lockers that will be accessed. In fact, we just had a conversation today about where to place some of the ADA lockers, because we currently don't have them. So we're trying to make sure that they're accessible to our students in wheelchairs and other, physical devices to help them.
And have you guys gotten anything in place about where things are gonna go that have to go to the middle school? Is there a plan yet?
There is,
In reference to moving all this stuff?
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, let me just say this, being the president of the band board.
Yes,
Okay?
right.
Like, where is all of our stuff gonna go? Where are all our uniforms gonna go? How are we gonna do it with band camp? Is there gonna be a refrigerator for, different things for the band?
I would say this, we've had the discussions, it would probably take about 6 more hours to divulge all of those answers to your questions.
Yeah.
They're very good questions, and I appreciate how thoughtful you are with thinking about how it's going to impact everyone. But I will tell you that our team has been planning this for 2 years, and those are definitely considerations and things that we've gone through to say, okay, this is where they're going to be. This is the access points that students are going to be able to utilize, throughout the middle school and the high school. Because if we move anything over to the middle school, then that impacts the middle school. So we've been very mindful about mitigating that particular concern. But I will tell you, a very thorough plan has been outlined to consider all of these factors.
Yeah, the important factor is you can't make improvements without some disruption.
Yeah.
And we know there's going to be some inconveniences, but we're going to have to live through it. Relative to the backpack issue, yes. I believe we did a survey among students about whether or not they prefer to have backpacks or not have backpacks. And it's many of them would prefer to have a backpack because their transition times would be a lot less. And particularly for individuals who had great distance to go and a limited amount of time, influenced their decision as to what they would prefer.
Well, the biggest concern is in this day and age is the security.
Yes.
That's where the parents, if I, was gonna have to worry about, a child in the high school, especially in the high school, but we know that it's not only limited to high school students.
I'd say,
In the way it is in this country.
I would say in short, if I would say in short to the original question, the security question that you did have, which I've gotten that same question asked to me by more than one person
Right,
over the last couple of weeks.
exactly why
Sure. I think my short answer is once the child gets into the school with their backpack, right? Whether they have a locker or they're carrying the backpack, they're in the school. So
And the contents of that backpack are in the school, whatever it
the
is.
contents are in the school. So at that point, it's all about an accessibility thing, which they have. But say it's a vape issue or something, they're going to put that in their pocket or something small. So at that point, no additional security other on top of the great security that's already happening is going to be needed. That's a short answer for you. That's just kind of way that I'm looking at it. But I do love continuing to have these conversations because security is number one, and that's the number one priority. So.
Well, it's an issue in schools and
everywhere. Sure. Yeah. Everywhere.
I mean, it's not only us.
Yep.
No, and the one thing I will say, just while we're on that, because I know security is not on it's a couple sections down yet, but just because we're talking about that, as a general statement, when we're saying we don't want to go into details or we don't want to elaborate on things, that's specifically because you don't, there are processes in place. You don't want everybody to know them because you don't want them to circumvent them.
Right.
So it's not a matter of not wanting to share. It's a matter of keeping that information private so that it can't be circumvented
But Mrs. Klinger, honestly,
Yeah.
we're very happy that you're bringing this up because I can tell you that you are thinking the same way that we're thinking about how do we make sure that we have safety within our schools. And I think everyone here, as you know, we have a great police chief right now. We have great coordination at the high school. We have 3 armed officers. I mean, 3 armed officers at the high school, like, and with training for more. And so again, trying to put systems in place to make sure that we really have, a solid foundation for safety within our school. But I can assure you, with coordination with Chief, with Dr. Howard, with many others, that we have put mitigating processes in place to decrease any potential threat within our school. There's no guarantee, we all know that. But to your point, are we thinking about this? What is the impact, pros and cons? But you're right there with us because these are the same questions and conversations we're having. So I appreciate you bringing them up because it is something that I want our community to know that it's not just a, hey, we made a decision and it's over. It's continuously refining and revisiting. So thank you for bringing that up.
We constantly reevaluate.
Yep.
On a regular basis. It's never just status quo.
Well, we have a great security.
We do, absolutely. You are right. Yeah.
Did you have a follow-up?
Just very quickly, I think possibly the high school principal did send out emails, and within the one email, within the same email, one part said about this year, there's policies and procedures that you cannot for safety and security, and then the bottom of the email says, well, next year it's gonna be exciting, we don't need it because of the renovation. I think it was the communication process that has actually gone
Okay.
out to almost
We're-
1,000 students.
Yeah,
like-
no,
So
I,
it's a communication issue that you're hitting this with, because parents are asking me too, like,
listen,
what's the message here?
Janet, my phone blew up after that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I feel you,
got
I
you.
understand it, and we're gonna take that feedback.
Yeah.
Thank
We'll
you.
follow up.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
But you have a very good, I mean, your explanation there, Matt, was very.
Yeah.
Your short answer was a
Sure.
very good answer. Like, it's already in school.
There, so,
I got it.
thank you.
And I just want to make a comment too, that your students are going to be very safe when the contractors are even here on the
Correct, also.
premises. We already have all our standards in place to make sure that everyone knows that they belong in the school or they don't belong in the school. So safety has already been considered throughout the entire construction, just to give you a little bit of rest of assurance for that.
Any other comments on operations? Did we talk about transportation?
You love them
We
both.
love them both together, so.
Lumped it together.
It comes on transportation.
If that's all right with everybody, I'm gonna skip the 5-minute, continue.
I'm sorry, are we talking for transportation? Are we talking about whether or not we need an RFP?
Oh, thank you,
Is that
thank you,
discussion we'll have here at this point?
thank you. Do we have to make a decision right now?
My concern is that last time we didn't make a decision till too late.
You're 1 year
Right.
out, the contract,
Yeah.
the contract expires June 30th, 2026. Advertising has to be advertised for 3 weeks, 3 continuous weeks. Then you'll have a bid opening. It's quite a large RFP, so it will take time to review and go through.
So it does have to be decided.
We probably need to talk about it.
I think that we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that it's late, but
No,
It's my position that, we can't wait. The only way to know that we're getting a fair deal is to have a competition. So my position is we need to advertise, and put it out for a request for proposal, RFP, and, go from there.
Is,
It's my opinion that we're getting excellent service from First Student. However, in fairness to the taxpayer, we have to make sure that we are getting a fair deal from the financial aspect as well as from the service aspect. And I also believe that state law requires us on certain types of services to put it out for bid. You can't just award it to a single company and keep going with that company. So you'll end up with a legal problem.
Yeah, so then why are we even questioning this?
Yeah, that's the
I'm
same.
pro RFP too, so I don't know.
It's like in my profession, like
To me,
a
the
lot,
answer's obvious.
a lot of times I go through like co-stars for projects, like big projects and stuff like that, and then the minute I don't get to, I love co-stars project. The minute I don't get to go through a co-stars project and it goes out to bid, I often see contractors and municipalities actually have to pay more money when they do. So I just want to make sure we're not going to fall into a position where we're going to have to pay more money if we do put it out to an RFP. But the fact that we didn't really get a price.
With the details of this contract, with the number of buses, our area, you would not be able to go to CoStarz and pay that.
No, I get that.
We would absolutely have to go out for RFP for this.
Then there's no, there's no
And
discussion then, right?
Transportation doesn't fall under the legality
Okay.
of renewing.
Are-
You can renew, the only legal piece
Yeah.
that's on there is you can't renew more than 5 years. You can't tie a future board to a contract that goes more than 5 years.
Our problem with the last process was that the decision to put the RFP out was so late that we really didn't get a fair competition. And it's my opinion that we could have got a better contract price had we had a more stringent earlier competition.
Help educate me real quick. If we put that out and they do bid, are we bound to a low bid in this scenario? And then my second question is, would we give them an opportunity to get closer and match? We would not, that's.
What typically is done is they come in and make presentations, and then we have to decide whether or not they have met all of the criteria to the level of our satisfaction.
Okay.
So you can be in the mode where you don't award it to the lowest bidder. I don't want to get into a lot of contract stuff here. But you have to go through the process, and if you don't go with the lowest bidder, then you have to justify the reasons why you didn't. But it's still legal for you to do that, provided that you can justify it for not getting the services that the district
In the
needs.
last thing, I believe it was Marx Brothers, they had the lower dollar amount.
Yeah.
But they had 0 buses, and it was June.
Yeah, no, and that, you gotta look at,
So
yeah.
There was no way we could go with them because they had to get 100 and some buses in 3 months.
And once the RFP is established and all the parameters, then we will pick a committee to work with Tammy to analyze those bids as they come in, just as we did for our construction. So that kind of keeps things on an even keel.
At this point, let's just put it out. We're gonna put the RFP and then go from there.
I'll send it over, it's done, I did it, I send it over to Mark's office tomorrow, I didn't want the legal expense if we weren't gonna do it. So I'll send it over to Mark's office to review.
Thank you. Does anybody in the community have any comments on transportation? Thank you. Technology.
Yeah, so I have 2 things. The first one is a proposal for the boardroom upgrades. Probably the most reoccurring thing I've heard is this thing working? Is this thing on? Can anyone hear me? It's been a frustration of my own for a full year now. Anyways, we did go through your proposal for boardroom upgrades. It's broken into 3 sections. And it's an expensive project because everything's expensive at this time. The 3 parts of this project would actually be the audio portion, which is the microphones. It also is the sound cabinet back here. The sound cabinet back here has to be completely redone. So that would be, and I'll let Tammy take over with the pricing on this. Because I don't want to talk about
Thanks, yeah.
I learned from James. He told me everything I need to know. Dr. Conrad said, like, we're doing the money stuff. So the second part of the project is actually the visual part, right? So if you look up the projectors right now, this screen has a ripple in it that annoys me, it probably annoys you too. And these screens are just generally blurry because the projectors are old, they're not full resolution, and I think that we're doing a disservice to our community members and also the board members who can't read what's actually up on these screens. So the second portion would actually be to fix the projectors, make it so they're brighter, so they're clearer, and it's more up to date. And then the last piece would actually be for our members at home. We're looking at increasing the stability of our streams and also the quality of our streams, so they're actually better off. So possibly having multiple cameras, or at least cameras that are better at actually tracking, picking up the audio, so we can actually produce a better quality product. There was actually an increase from the first quote to the second quote, because the first quote was those 3 separate projects. And the last quote we got was actually to have a control panel that if we chose to get everything, we could actually control all 3 aspects at once. So that'll have to read the good news.
Before we get into it, do you have like a rough average of how many people tune in and watch the meetings?
It depends on the meeting, actually. I was gonna say, it's actually quite surprising. Well, when I close this stream down, it'll actually tell me. The last time I looked though, we did have like 70-some viewers.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So it depends on the stream topics. Sometimes we have like a hot button issue or something where it's like something big. I've seen the numbers go up to 150. So it does vary. Sometimes 12 users at a time are viewing live, up to 24. Again, it really does vary quite a bit.
And the views are pretty high too.
Yeah.
Maybe not live, but the replay views.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, if you're interested in after, once I hit end, because I don't want to mess with anything, but once I hit end on it, I can actually tell you how many people were on at a time, stuff like that, even tonight.
I was just curious, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
Now, before we just jump to the numbers, did we get more than one company to give us a quote?
I did not for this. Now, when we talked about CoStar, this is that. So,
That says yes.
So generally speaking, if I got multiple companies, what you'd probably be looking at is the difference in labor cost or possibly different projections of what their scope of project would be.
Not different technology.
Yes, correct. So maybe one person would say, we're gonna install 1 camera, the other company says, we're gonna install 2 cameras. That's gonna be a difference in price, but the cameras themselves are CoStar.
But does it include a screen over there?
Right, as opposed to having 2
Yes,
screens,
you
one.
need tables, it's very hard.
I'm okay with having those, but could we also have one over there?
I can certainly work with them to possibly remount the screen and turn a projector, like possibly that screen could be mounted over here and turn a projector so you guys can have it
We
again.
should get along with Paul.
We get ready to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically.
We did a
that
good
would be
job.
maintenance,
I
but we
like
can
it.
have
I know, I'm
projectors.
happy. It's a big improvement.
With old technology, we did all right.
Yeah, this is a big improvement from what it was before, so I do respect that.
We can also, we have computers that just need to be there. Like, because of like,
All right,
Okay.
So,
let's hear the bad news.
okay.
So the total cost for this project is $87,688.67. So we all got together and we decided how are we gonna pay for this, because it's not in the budget. So for the 2025 St. Luke's Loyalty Partnership, we get $50,000. So that can go towards it, and then the remaining $37,688 we use cap reserve.
The 50,000, sorry, I'm just gonna,
Yeah, good.
the 50,000, grant budget is, what are alternative uses for that grant? Like, is there anything that we could potentially projected to use it on? I don't wanna take away something from.
It doesn't go to athletics.
But it's
That would
still
be-
in
that would be
general,
money
is what
that-
I'm saying.
Correct. It doesn't, not just athletics. Is
What
there
do we
anything
spend
that we
on
were
people?
projecting to use that money for in the students for the building upgrades, anything that we would be taking away for? Not saying this isn't important, this is for the public, this is for the viewership, this is, but I wanted to ask that
No.
question.
And then if you have another option, if you only want to do the audio with the control panel, that would be $49,000. And then that could be all of the St. Luke's Loyalty Partnership Fund. We can split it up between the St. Luke's and Cap Reserve. Just giving you options.
Yeah.
That 49, that's just, I know you said it's at the audio and the control.
The audio and control, yes.
I mean,
I'm sorry, the price for everything was 87?
and we can use that grant, so here's my thought for everybody, I think we should maybe dig it a little bit and see if there are any other companies that could have a lower price. I like the idea of going all 3, but this isn't like a rush. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are. I don't mind pulling the trigger on it, but
People hear me.
I mean, I'm not in a absolute.
It depends on the person.
I don't know, what is everybody's thoughts on it? I also don't mind right now, if we wanna pull the trigger and make this happen, yeah, let's make this happen, but it's not like a we need to have to happen before the summer or anything, I don't know.
I have a question, so who designed the audio cabinet, was it SHI? Like who,
This one's pre-existing.
no, like the new one, the one
Oh,
you're specking out.
I'm not sure who did this one, I did it partially.
Right.
Back in the eighties.
Yeah, it's there, I must have something really stupid. So, the one that we had pulled, I believe was CDW, it was CDW, so we had come out.
I use SHI, I'm sorry, that's why I said SHI.
Yeah, no, it was CDW who we had come out, we've had them come out and do recent work over at the middle school auditorium, and a couple other jobs, generally was happy with the quality of work and also their suggestions.
My question that probably where I'm questioning is, does someone else have a better solution that they can accomplish what we're trying to accomplish? Like, I feel like there's a cheaper solution there. For audio,
I will
especially.
use the adage of you get what you pay for. The audio solution generally does, it's expensive primarily because the microphones themselves that they're suggesting are quite, they're robust, but they're also expensive. There's other aspects of the actual sound closet. I hope not, it's so up in gray area. No, I mean, and honestly, Mr. Clark, to answer you, I have no problem coming back to CDW and saying, hey, can we get a cheaper option?
Will last longer with durability.
Again, I'm a little skeptical to do that because I've always been an advocate for, if you're gonna do it right, you know?
Is there a cutoff date for the grant funding, a reset date? This one we're good on?
St. Luke's is a sponsorship, so that's just, if you can roll that,
I say grant, yeah, thank you,
I know.
thank you.
Tammy, do we already have the dollars or do you have to submit?
Thank you, I would get it on September 1st.
So if you do this, use other money and then replace
We
it.
could use the general fund to replace it in September.
Get some quicker too.
Is this a summer project, Jason? Is it something you would prefer to do in the summer if we move forward?
I would prefer to do it in the summer because I think then we have a little bit more space between board meetings as well. That hopefully we can get the scope of work done between meetings.
That would also be my preference too, so that way we can hit the ground running for the fall.
September.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come up here very quickly, so.
What is our board meeting in June?
And are you seeing major
June
increases
23rd.
in this kind of stuff? Have you been
23rd.
pricing it out, like already?
Please do
I'm concerned about that.
I do
Yeah,
think
June
there is
23rd.
a
On Monday?
chance that you will see.
Yeah, Monday, June 23rd, we moved it from the
Right.
19th.
We have to meet before the end of June,
June 23rd.
but 30 days after the 22nd.
Right,
So I believe it's the 23rd of June
23rd
is
June.
the
If,
meeting.
if we put this in for, actually, no, because there's no working session on the 22nd, right?
Yep, just a voting meeting on 22nd. But if it was on the agenda on 22nd.
Yeah, no, I know.
We could break it out and put it on a couple of times.
So it's tied to the ceiling speakers.
Yes.
Could you not do like just surface mount speakers, like we have 4 surface mounts and not tie it into that system, it would be cheaper.
Actually, yeah. I
That's
mean,
what I'm
right
asking.
now, the sound.
Like 4 sound bars, boom, boom, boom.
We could do anything the board wants, right? And that's the best way I can say it. What we priced out was to redo this system in an optimal way that would hopefully facilitate the community and you guys having a seamless experience. And that's not to say your soundbar solution wouldn't work.
That's what I got.
It's just trying to figure out, when we start integrating systems, we do go with all 3 components. You're looking at doing streaming and stuff like that. It's also being able to tie the audio into that process. So instead of picking up the audio from that microphone, we're now picking it up on the way to speakers. So again, there's
It'll be better quality.
it's production quality. That's what this is about, but
Do you
And
have
then you would
thoughts
have a control
to,
panel take
you
that
think we
out.
should move forward with this?
yes.
If we piecemeal it, we might not have that control.
What are your initial
Yes,
thoughts?
We have to do something.
Yes.
I don't disagree there.
We
I'm
could,
not the professional that says what's the best.
we
to do
could
right
put this on the agenda for the 22nd and then have further discussion and vote it. If we've at time don't feel like it, then we're just gonna have to reset, vote, not approve it and then reset. At least then that way we have it.
We're not, no discussion, yeah.
Is that okay?
Would the direction from the board be for just the audio, or would it be the
No, I
whole
think
package?
we should,
I would
We're
prefer
gonna do
the full package.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it,
me too.
It needs to be done.
get it there. Yeah.
All right,
The whole
Question
thing.
is-
the whole thing, throw, I
Whole
think
thing?
at this point, throw the whole thing for the 22nd, and then we can have further discussion at that time, and
What we could do is on the motion, we can also list how it essentially will be paid for. So, I mean, we can-
How long is your quote good for?
And if the board isn't comfortable with using the same loyalty
Yeah.
sponsorship money, that's what the cap reserve money is
Mhm.
for projects like this.
Okay.
So we could use all of that, and we could put the 87 in there as well.
On the working session agenda, if you are interested, the actual breakdown of components is listed. So,
Mhm, yeah,
so
it is.
that way, if you're like curious about where's that, why are we coming up with this value, it's there.
I read it before,
I like the fact that it's all tied together.
I do
Right.
too.
I do like the fact that it's all tied together and with the audio and not.
Obviously,
it's in there, all three of them have it.
Expensive it's going to get.
okay, we're adding that to the board agenda for the 22nd,
comprehensive.
comprehensive of, yeah. Are there any community questions on technology? Yep.
If you use the St. Luke's, does it mean that you have to advertise for St. Luke's in here, or is it just?
We're gonna have like St. Luke's lighting in the football stadiums eventually.
Casey.
St. Luke's Fridays,
St. Luke's Friday.
St. Luke's Fridays, St. Luke's lights.
St. Luke's, Pennsylvania.
Okay, real quick.
Yep.
Is there maybe a glitch last time that the video and everything wasn't launched out to the community? 428 meeting wasn't
I
posted.
think we're constantly having those glitches.
That didn't get posted?
The meeting that was posted was what I had that was recorded, which
The
was
only thing
like
that was
26.
there was our Great Bear Pride. So anyway, there's nothing posted from the last meeting, so maybe there was a glitch, so we need to look at it sooner. Don't know, I'm just asking. The other thing, is there closed caption? Is there closed caption on the system for our viewers at home?
Yeah, actually, when it goes to YouTube actually does automated closed caption, a lot of you can turn it on.
Okay.
So I mean, it's generated, it's not like someone actually typing it in, but yes,
Yeah, and
it is.
people were asking us, I don't know. So do you call this the gold star system? Is that what you call it? I didn't hear, so.
I didn't refer to.
I didn't hear.
No.
She didn't hear you.
You're telling me so, like, no, I did not refer to it as a gold star system. This was the solution the CDW proposed for this space. They being the audio and visual specialists, in part I am taking their recommendation for this.
I figured, yeah. That was it.
Thank you. Actually, by you saying all that, it makes me feel better about my decision to get through this upgrade quicker. Policy?
There was annual renewals too.
Oh, yeah, so just,
For technology.
this one will be a lot quicker. Just letting the board of directors know that the next board meeting, there's going to be a fairly substantial number of annual renewals coming up for technology. One of the things we try to do is make sure everything's happening on July 1 for the most part. The annual renewals, I'm not gonna go line by line or bullet by bullet. But it's generally things that we have to keep our infrastructure running. It's gonna be the server licenses, it's gonna be the things that we need for the voice over IP. There's gonna be Power School, which is obviously our SIS, those are gonna be on there. The only two things that I'd like to highlight are a slight change in how we're gonna be doing our firewall within our schools to make us, so we actually have better network security. And that's going to be actually a little bit cheaper than what we currently have, which is good. And then the other one is looking at our actually antivirus software. We're doing the same thing, we're gonna be upgrading that a little bit to try and make sure that we're getting better network protection for our users.
And these are all same conversation every year around this time, and they're all budgeted, Tim, right? Except for maybe the upgrades?
Yep. And then the last thing that's gonna be on there is going to be our Chromebook refresh expense, again, it's budgeted for. Same thing with staff laptop refresh, and then cases for kindergarten. So I mean, it's gonna look like a lot coming at once, and it is, but it's just because this is how we do it in the summertime.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any community comments on that last section?
Yes, my question.
Okay, thank you. Policy?
The only update for policy is just there's, with federal mandates, and obviously some of the policy for first read were Title IX. There are going to be some other policies that are forthcoming, so these were the ones that we really need to address initially, but obviously we're still looking at what those changes are, and then also making sure that it's being vetted through Pennsylvania as well, as our solicitor's office. So that's all.
Thank you. Superintendent report.
Nothing to report this evening.
Chief?
All I have, just in addition to your board report, is we're preparing for graduation and the MCTI graduation.
Exciting stuff.
That's where we're at with that. Most all the Act 235 officers are in the procedure of getting their certification. I expect that to be done by the end of June.
Okay. Think anything on athletics additional that we need to talk about?
Girls lacrosse won, so they will move on. I don't have anything on the huddle renewal.
That's me. I told Jim that I would take care of it.
Doing better.
because I knew he would be gone. So at our last board meeting, the huddle contract was questioned, why we were paying $13,000 per year, and that there's a streaming component on the contract, and we're not using it. So Jim and I sat, we talked about it. So when you look at the contract, that's streaming, it's not a à la carte contract. The contract is what the contract is. For $13,000, you get everything that's listed on that contract. You can't remove something and get a lower price or anything like that. It's inclusive. So we looked at Play On Sports. That's what we use right now for streaming. Their contract ends June 30th, 2025. So we've already sent the cancellation letter to Play On Sports. That contract is canceled. Huddle Streaming is going to replace that. So now we will be using every line item in this Huddle contract.
So the community can log on to stream the sports that are being streamed through Huddle.
Correct.
Okay. That's good.
And the reason that Huddle, the streaming part in Huddle, since we've had it for the last few years, isn't being used, Play On had in their contract, you can't use both. So that's why we couldn't use the Huddle stream. We have it, but we can't use it.
And the cameras are there, it's just.
Yeah, we couldn't use it. And Play On was brought on with the St. Luke's contract. They were all kind of tied together. So that's how this is working. And Play On Sports, I wrote the letter myself to cancel the contract. It went out. So that'll be done 6:30. If everybody is okay with that, we're gonna put it back on to May 22nd for
You guys good down there?
Yeah.
You guys good? Okay, thank you. Anything else? I will say to everybody out there, thank you for staying. Good luck on the May 20th primaries. To everybody in the room, I know that the fact that we're all here at 11 o'clock shows that we're invested in the kids in the community. So thank you for that and good luck to you. And we're adjourned.
Nice job.
Well done. No, never again. Never again.